we're recording. Okay, welcome everyone. We've got a one-shot tonight, level 3, Tales Trees Tell. I'll try to stick to it as best I can, depending on what you all do. And I think almost everyone is brand new to this channel and this series of games, almost. So I think it would be best to kick off just with a bit of an introduction, as much as you wish or want to describe, either introduce yourself, your character's name, and tell us a little bit about your character in particular, because we are assuming that your group has travelled together for a little while beforehand, so you would have already know enough to trust and have been with each other for some time. To kick off, I guess I'll go first. My name's Anthony, been DMing for many years. I only recently came back to 5e a couple of years ago, after skipping many, a couple of versions, and with COVID was forced online, and now I'm getting to the stage where I think I prefer it. It's good for giving lots of people a chance to get games in, myself included, and there's definitely some benefits with the online play. Eswin, do you want to go next?
I have been playing D&D for almost exactly a year. It was last July that I first started playing. Actually, my first ever game was a one-shot run by Anthony, and then we ended up going through Rime and Frost Maiden together, which just ended last month.
Yep.
Really love it. Like, changed my life. It's really great. Love D&D. And my character I'm playing is Eswin, the half elf paladin, Oath of the Ancients. She's pretty cheerful. She's wearing some nice heavy armor, which has a lot of like fine imagery kind of carved into it. She's pretty cheerful. She herself, her mom is an elf, and who has told her many tales of the forests and the Fae, but she herself has not really seen much of it. So she's pretty excited. If she ever gets a chance, I don't know, if she gets a chance to kind of meet some Fae beings, stuff like that, to prove herself as an Oath of the Ancients type paladin, really.
Cool.
So yeah, that's me.
All right, thank you. Bear in mind, I'm reading off the actual screen here, so I'm generally will refer to everyone by their character's name. It's just what I've got in front of me, I guess. How about Finian? Are you with us today? Do you want to kick off as well?
Yes. So I'm Hugo. I'm 24 from France. Started playing D&D like 2 or 3 years ago. Don't exactly remember. As for Finian, he's a halfling monk with a drunken master way. And the way I see him is like, as everyone knows, hobbies or halflings are well known for the brewing of ale. Something that he himself takes at heart. And he discovered that after drinking ale a lot in bar and pubs, he was quite a good fighter. So that's how he went on his way to.
So you self-taught?
With always a pint of ale at the end. At his end. Sorry, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And yeah, I was just going to ask a question. So are you sort of self-taught monk, developing your own style? Is that, or?
Yeah, his own style,
Okay.
not exactly affiliated to any
Yeah.
martial school.
Okay. Now, Mikhail, I see a dragonborn with us, but I don't think in the chat at this stage. So what I'll do is move you off to another bench. Lorna.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I am Jelly. I'm German and I've been playing D&D for, it will soon be a year. Started last September. Played some campaigns and one-shots in German and English. And my character today is Lorna. She's Earth Genasi, but grew up thinking she was an elf like the rest of her family. She has a connection to the earth, to minerals and metals, and she is an artificer. She enjoys building weird contraptions and weapons. She built a sort of gun she called Bessie, and she's kind of a vigilante and mercenary now.
Cool. Okay. And so, just so that I can get it in my head, there's a few different types of artificers. Are you like the armor-wearing sort of battle one, or the gunslinger, or?
Yeah, she's an artillerist. So
artillerist. Right.
Gunslinger is what she is.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I missed that. All right. Cool. Now, how about you, Nolan? Are you with us? No, so you can go and hang out with Mikhail. In that case, Juniper.
Yes, so I wanted to pick something sort of faith themed because of the setting, I guess. So my character is was, I guess, a triad before making a deal with a green hag to be transformed into something else. And she's in school enchantment wizard and simply wants to explore the world and such. Want to travel outside of the Feywild. So that's basically it.
Okay, so you've actively been in the Feywild and roaming abroad now.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. So I'm just all right. So I think that's everyone. So, and enchanter. So mage, and that enchanter is your specialist school.
Precisely.
Okay. All right. So, with that, in that case, I can sort of set the scene for you. I guess I started off a little while back by describing how you had been together for some time. The dragon cult are abroad and have been causing all kinds of mischief across the lands. You're in the northern part of the Heartlands, not the Heartlands. That's sort of Cormia, Western realms, and the powers of the nations of the realms have been struggling with incursions of dragons and dragon cultists, raiding and amassing treasures and so on. Now you're hearing tales of this sort of stuff going on, but not direct evidence. Your most recent exploits to the east with in a nearby town, almost a city but not quite, was with routing out bandits, cultists within the town, and after that seeing off a whole group of goblin raiders that have been raiding refugees from the war against the dragon cultists. So you've done that, and it was been relatively peaceful and uneventful. You got a bit of treasure from it. You're a little bit experienced, but by no means, heroes of the realm or anything. And you're travelling west to go to the coast, where it's told the action is to be had. The city of Elturel and the Elter Guard are sort of coordinating the main defence against the dragon cult, and that's your sort of next port of call. Now it's some way off. That's just the thing. It's not you're in a mad dash to get anywhere. You're sort of have decided collectively to to go in search of further adventures for whatever your prospective individual drivers are. So, with that sort of context, that's the setting. If you're heading west, you've been walking through a bit of a drizzly afternoon, and you're walking along the river. So there's most of the merchant travel goes by the river, and you approach this small town, almost just a hamlet, where, let me just check, Cable's Hill, that's right. So you've seen signposts, and Cable's Hills has got a small wharf where farmers unload their wares, and it's then shipped downstream towards the city. Now approaching, it looks like a small hill or a hillock. It's got a wooden stockade around it. There's 5 or 6, maybe a few more buildings, and it's a bit drab and dreary, muddy road, and you approach the town. But as you do so, the doors are open. It's not uncommon for them to leave gates of towns open for just traffic. It's not like there'll be soldiers maintained there all the time. They'll probably lock them at night, you would expect. So what I'll do is I'm going to grab your 4 characters and move us straight into a new map. You can hear the rain. You can hear it landing on the roof. There's a bit of thunder in the distance as you trudge up this this road towards the town. Can you see that okay on your map?
Yep.
Yep.
Crank that rain down a little bit so I can hear you. What do you want to do?
I would propose that we enter the town first.
Okay.
And see what's going on here.
So you can start moving yourself in there if you like. We're not going round by round or anything like that. You're just moseying along. There's no immediate threat or anything, but you can't see anyone around. Can you see inside there?
The gate closed.
Who am I? Oh yeah, there you are. I couldn't see Finn in there for a minute. Okay, so you can go in, enter, and you can see a few buildings. There's a well and off in the distance. Can't see any. There's still veggies in the garden, but you can't see any people. Look like there might only be 20 or so people living here. Where to from here? Or what do you want to do?
Finian, are you going in that building?
Yeah, I was asking Anthony, is there anything like any mark on this building, like is this an inn or something?
Yeah, it looks like you're at a private residence.
Oh.
So someone's house.
If it's someone's house, one may
Yep.
look if I see like an inn or...
Right. So if I'll use my ping here. So if I shift and ping, that'll draw your attention to this spot here. That looks like that's some sort of larger place. It might not look larger on the map, but it's more multi-story, and there's a bit of light coming through the windows.
Well, that place looks more interesting. I'll suggest we go here and
Okay.
find some rest.
Yeah.
Okay. So to cut a long story short, I can. You all head on over. Finian, you're there at the door. Do you want to do a perception roll for me?
So how does this work?
If you're in D&D Beyond and you've got the roll 20... Oh, there we go. Oh, 6. You've got +2. Okay, so you're listening and you can't hear anything. It's a pretty solid door. What you do see, what you do notice, is the inn sign, if it can be called that, is simply an old bucket dangling from the post that might have originally held the signpost of the inn. And the word inn has been painted on the side of what appears to be pitch. The rain has filled the bucket to the top, and there's water trickling out from more than a dozen places below. Before you enter the place, you can actually hear through the door a mumble of voices.
Well, that place doesn't look very good, but there sure are people inside, so shall we head in?
Yeah, doesn't seem locked or
I
anything.
mean, why not?
Yep.
So
Alright.
just try to grab the door handle if it's not too high and open the door.
Okay, you open the door and you're greeted with a bit of a furore. It sounds like there's a lot of people, not necessarily arguing, but excited, angry, and clustered around near the bar. And you hear basically a din of people. You hear things like, "It's been over 10 days. What are you going to do about it? It's not my job to sort them out, those idiots." That sort of thing. And they look like a bunch of farmers. And one of them looks over it, he says, "Close the door, it's not called the leaky bucket for nothing."
Oh, yeah, sure. Can we get in at least?
You can, yeah.
I can't move my token inside.
Okay. That's all right. I'm going to shift us to our
Some reason.
internal map. Maybe overuse of maps here, but never mind. Okay, I'm not using tokens for now, but if you can imagine there's over in this corner here where there's a single chair and a bar, there's a lot of people clambered around. There is a table over in the corner that could probably fit you if you wanted to. It's basically a single large front room with 2 long tables and benches. Everyone seems to be talking at once, gesturing, arguing with one another. And
Yeah,
there's
black for me too.
Oh, is it black?
Yeah, I reloaded, but it's black.
Yeah, I can only see my token.
Okay, what we need to do... Can anyone see in the dark, by the way? I might need to make sure I activate a bit of dark vision. There's light in the room, so here we go. I'll switch the lights on.
Ah,
Oh, perfect.
Alright. You should probably even be able to look out the windows from here.
yeah.
Yeah, see a bit from the...
Yep.
Great. Okay, so I'll draw a simple, an area of where all the activity is going on over here. There's a cluster of people, and there's a few over here, and there's obviously a few behind the bar. There's a halfling standing on the bar, just holding hands out placatingly. Calm down, there's no point all talking at once.
Right. I'm going to grab a chair. What's going on here, brother?
Okay.
Right to the halfling.
To the halfling. He says, "Oh, well,
Yeah.
my wife's got all the answers. Talk to her." And he gestures at another halfling, who sort of pops her head up over the bar and says, "What do you want?" Oh, guests. Can I help you?
Yeah, first I would like to get an ale. Second, what's going on around here?
Oh, an ale. And she sort of looks you all over and sees armor and weapons and holy symbols, and says, "Oh, 1 gold will sort you all out, and I'll bring you something to nibble on.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So Finian.
Yeah, I'll take one as well.
Okay, so it looks like if Finian's springing for the 1 gold, then she introduces herself, says Grenna Brightbell. And she puts 4 ales on the table and a little bowl of berries and dried berries, so basically sultanas, but not grapes, and some nuts to chew on. And she says, "Oh, we're having a bit of trouble here." And while the halfling innkeeper goes and tries to talk to all these farmers clustered around, she sort of leans in and tries to talk to you 4 directly, and says, "Oh, there's this fella, Halvin Grangel, moved into town, and he moved into a barn abandoned just east of Cable's Hill. He's a bit of an eccentric, bit of a hermit, survives off the money he brings for carvings, but a few months ago he stopped coming to town. We were a bit worried about him, so I went and had a look, and this is where it all gets interesting. We found a map, and it was a map, and it had the map of this whole region. It had troop movements on it, as the forces of the Elder Guard have been coming and going. But what concerned us all mostly is some of the markings on this map where he had been investigating were inside the Quivering Forest, and she sort of says it dramatically as if you would care or know what that meant. One of the villagers turns at that and says, "Yeah, forbidden, expressly forbidden. We don't go into the Quivering Forest, and the Quivering Forest doesn't come out to us."
Why is it quivering and why is it forbidden?
Magical. They steal your children in the night. They made my crops go bad, this other farmer calls out, and one of them, just the other night, killed my cow.
And what's inside this forest that makes it so bad?
They look
Apart
at
from
you.
magic.
They look at you and look around, and then they say, "Elves." Someone says, "Worse than elves."
Elves?
Anyway, there's a truce, you see, a truce with the Fey of the forest. But these villagers, idiot fools that they are, they decided they'd go in and find Halvin before he was found by the Fey as a truce breaker. And now we've got 6 truce breakers tramping around the woods there. This was 20 days ago. We know they went to see old Sir Relis Greenleaf, the ranger that lives just inside the perimeter of the woods. The Fey don't seem to tolerate his presence there, but he didn't go in there, he refused. Not a hair of him since. 'Twas probably them fairies that killed my cows, damn their eyes, damn their wings.
You said you had a truce with the elves before?
A truce, yes.
Yeah, so what happened? What caused the conflict between you and
Just
This
you know,
wood
we need wood. We can't make our buildings without wood. Our whole palisade fortification around our town's made of trees from the forest. The Fae didn't take kindly to it.
So Finian just, putting his hand on his mustache and look at the others like, what do you want to do? And takes a chug of ale. I think there might be something of interest in this forest.
Well, don't want you going in there, but if you will, if you're capable lot, which you look to be, maybe you could go in there and fetch them and bring them all out before the Fae find them.
You mean there's real Fey in this forest? Sounds really exciting.
Exciting's one word for it. And then, what about you, Lorna? Any opinion? I think Finian's turned to you all and said, what do you think we should do?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure if we will really be doing them a favor by going in there, but if there's some money to be made, maybe.
The halfway.
Some interesting things to be found, I wouldn't be against it.
Gwynna looks at you with a sort of twinkle in her eye as if she was half expecting this, and she reaches under the bar and pulls out a pouch and drops it onto the bar and goes shink and says, "This is all yours if you do go in and you come back with answers." Bag of coins about the size of a fist.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. She looks to Juniper. You're keeping a little quiet there. She looks a little bit skeptical at you actually, and you notice, you probably realise straight away, but the farmers are giving you quite a wide berth.
What are you guys looking at?
Yeah. And then you hear the nervous buzz of the leaky bucket is shattered by this boom as the door slams, and you hear a scream, and trauma outside, and a young woman bursts in through the front door and she says, they know what we did. And she throws herself at Grinner's feet, clawing madly at the halfling's clothes, pointing out the door with the other hand. Everything goes quiet in the bar, and they all look.
What's going on? Are you all right? What's going on?
Oh, they know. And she collapses into more hysteria. And we hear all the farmers go, no, what? And they all look, and they all turn as like a bunch of penguins, and then they all rush out the door.
Well, that was informative.
Yeah.
You think we should check out what's outside? Maybe something happened.
Sure.
Already leaving? I just got here. Come.
Let me just finish my drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, finish your ale.
Yeah, there's nothing better than a good
Damn it.
halfling ale.
Alright, you quickly knock back your ales, and by that time you can hear a crowd
Thank you.
outside talking excitedly. Eswin, you head toward the door.
Or just bring your ale with you. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Just put a handful of coins on the table and go outside with a pint.
Alright, you head outside, and you see that there's a signpost in the middle of town. It's one where you might put notices, and there's a couple of directions, pointing one off down to the docks. Otherwise, they just point to the two main towns to the east and west. And they're gathered around their central signpost, and hanging from it is an adult human male, blood streaming from his eyes and mouth.
Ouch.
Yes. If anyone gets too creeped out, one thing I'll just draw your attention to, or anything, is I'm trying out these safety tools. If you want me to either skip over or tone down, you can always drag one of those cards onto the deck. but I generally sort of fade to grey for most anything really graphic. Yeah, so you see that there's someone tied to the post. It's a bit hard to see because there's a lot of people all hanging around.
Was the post empty when we walked by it before, or were we not able to see it last time?
That's oh, what am I missing here? I'm looking at your token. I can't see your name. Oh, I've got no nameplate. That's why. There we go. Save. Great. Now I can see. Yeah. So Juniper, can you roll a insight for me, please? $18. Happy days. Okay, you are absolutely certain that this signpost had no one attached to it when you came in.
We could have done this so quickly. We were only in for a few minutes.
Yep.
Is the general reaction of like shock and horror, or are people like not surprised, or
No,
how's the crowd reacting?
They are horrified and have no idea what this could all mean.
Who is this man? Like, who is it for the town? Just asking one of the commanders.
Okay, I'll put a few in there for you.
Yeah.
There we go. We don't really need everybody. Okay. But yeah, I'll find. Okay. So I'll spin this guy around. Actually, even better. Cross him out. So, looking at this, examining him, he's sitting on the ground, arms behind his back around the post. And it looks like his eyes have been removed and replaced with these polished black stones. They're carved to resemble large, lidless eyes. Oh, why don't you hear someone say, Jenny, it's Jenny.
Jenny?
Jenny Greenteeth.
Who's that?
Jenny Greenteeth is one of the most powerful creatures in the forest. She eats children.
Creature? What kind of thing are we talking about?
She eats children for breakfast. She makes our crops die out of spite. And they rattle off a whole list of things. She gave me a toothache. She gave me syphilis.
Yeah.
I mean,
Lorna doesn't look convinced.
Yeah. Yeah, some things might be Fey related, but yeah, there's clearly a much longer list.
Could I roll history or religion to see if I know who to talk about?
Okay, you can roll a religion. Natural 20. Rolling well, Juniper. This is rune magic associated with hags.
Uh-huh.
You can also see that there's a sheet of paper attached to Ruok's chest. However, it's attached to him with what looks like a round brooch. But your medicine, your skills in medicine, show that this is not a brooch, it's the head of a pin. And the pin is sticking into Ruok's chest. They say it is. It's Ruok. Ruok is one of the 6. They found him.
The 6 who?
The 6 who went into the forest.
Yeah.
Is he the first of them to turn up?
Well, yeah, we didn't. We had no idea. We had no sign of them for the last 20 days.
Well,
They went. The one went in the forest to get some wood, or
The ones who
For
went into
what
the
purpose?
forest to find the hermit that went in there and has been mapping the woods. They went in to retrieve him, bring him back. Took it upon themselves, formed themselves a mob.
Well, I'm not so sure about this whole getting into the forest idea now.
yeah.
Like,
Not so attractive anymore.
Now,
yes.
Juniper, your initial roll there was religion. Can you roll a medicine as well for your investigation for Rourke?
Sure. Sure thing.
Okay.
What's about to happen?
You can't tell the cause of anything or any other effects, but you can tell that he's got this bone pin sticking into him, and the pin is attaching what looks like a note attached to his chest. I'll move you down so you're adjacent
Is
to
the
him.
man
Juniper.
still? Oh, is the man still alive or is he dead?
You're not sure.
Hmm. Yeah, I want to take a closer look at him
Okay.
and at the note.
Okay. All right. You have a look at the note, and can you roll a medicine too, Lorna? Oh. All right.
No.
Natural 20. Okay. You go to this note and you start to slide the pin out to get the note off, and the pin slides out of his chest. And as it does, there's this a sharp intake of breath, and he sort of coughs, and then he obviously doesn't have eyes anymore, but you've got the note in your hand and the pin in the other, and he starts thrashing around, going no, and starts to sort of froth and thrash about.
Oh, no. Calm down.
Okay, you have a note there, and it says it's written in common. It says Cable's Hill honours the long-standing truce between the people of Phlan and the folk of the Quivering Forest. We seek only to retrieve a lost friend who does not fully understand what his trespasses signify. And it's written it's written in the hand, rough hand of someone not particularly learned, but able to read and write.
Probably one of the people from the town.
That's what the townfolk think. They might have taken this note and stapled it to themselves, or carried it as if it would protect them.
Huh.
If anyone's got
Looks like this peace offering wasn't accepted.
The villagers try to calm Rourke down, and some of them look to your group and say, "Do any of you have any medicinal capabilities or healing or anything?"
Yeah, sure. I can heal with this thing. Show them at my wrist. I have this kind of contraption. It has all sorts of small gears and buttons and stuff. I can heal with this thing,
Okay,
and I can cast Cure Wounds at the guy.
awesome. So the cure wounds, rather than be like a clerical spell or something, you either squirt some sort of salve out of your apparatus on your wrist, or some sort of little little mechanical
I
spider
push a
comes.
button and there's this sort of syringe that comes out and injects a healing
Nice one.
serum into him.
Okay, so with that healing, his hysteria diminishes, but he lapses into unconsciousness, likely out of exhaustion. It looks like sleep and rest is what he needs now. And the villagers sort of untie him, obviously, and sort of take him into the inn. The pin, on the other hand, looks like it's got an emerald in the head of it.
Looks very fancy.
You reckon it's probably worth about 50 gold?
Do you guys think? I kind of turn to the others. What do you think about this?
Right, it's a nice rock, but I say maybe we'll leave it on. Like, does this pin looks elven in making, or?
It looks like it's been hasn't been made in a forge, not necessarily elven.
Does it look like it's just a normal hairpin, or does anything about it seem off?
It does have a bit of the arcane about it.
If we have a bit of time, I could try and detect magic.
Well, detect magic's only 10 minutes.
Yeah, so we should try that.
Okay. So your ritual cast detect magic.
Yeah.
Yep. So it takes no resources, and it radiates of divination magic.
Okay.
Can I roll Arcana on it?
You can try an Arcana check, see if you can investigate it some further beyond the school of magic. Let's have a look. You think it's probably a tool used for scrying. People talk of magic mirrors, crystal balls, pools of water. Emeralds that are cut into this sort of shape can be used for scrying.
Yep.
Charming.
Well, it's probably not the best object to keep on us at all times.
No.
Yes, let's not discuss our plans while in its presence.
Agreed.
Okay.
Let's just put it somewhere.
Grinner will wrap it up and keep it under the bar if you like, for you.
You can bury it somewhere. You know, that would be dark and not give them anything interesting to look at.
Yeah.
Most scrying spells are stopped by a thin sheet of lead, so if you had a lead-lined box, that would be a nice place to place it.
Maybe someone in the tavern has something like that.
They don't have something like
Yeah,
that,
I mean,
like that. But this
you can
blacksmith
just
says he might. The blacksmith says he might be able to knock you something up, but not at short notice.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe just store it somewhere outside the walls of this village.
Yep.
Yes, or yep.
Okay, so you stash the pin somewhere where even if it was used to scry, all they're going to see is wherever you stashed it, a tree or under a rock or in a hole or something. And the farmers all start to sort of disperse. A few go back inside the inn, others back to their houses, and they say, "Well, our deal still stands. You could stop by Sorellis on the way out."
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I don't feel right just leaving these people with this probably big problem. If, you know, they had a truce and they could be attacked, and I don't know, it doesn't feel right to me to just leave them alone with this. Also, I kind of like the idea of meeting some Fae.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I mean, we can surely investigate what is going on with these elves in this forest.
Yeah, also, this has really caught my attention. I'm intrigued. I want to find out what's going on.
You just want that bag of gold.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so you've got directions. Obviously, it's very easy to walk to the forest. If you want to go and see Sorellis, you can do that as well. There's Halvin's barn or anything else. Any other things you want to do straight out? Are you just going to make a beeline for the woods?
Maybe Sir Ellis has some information. He probably knows where to go better than we would if we were just going randomly.
Yes, we should probably ask a native of the area.
Yeah, not go in unprepared.
Okay. It's a short walk to the edge of the forest, and one of the farmers says it gives you directions, or like which pathway to walk along. And you follow a pathway that goes into the woods, and there's a few. It's not like a straight wall of trees. You know, there's first thin bushes, and then a couple of trees here and there, and it starts to get thicker and thicker. And you walk along a path towards Sorellis Greenleaf's cabin, which is supposed to be inside the forest, but not in, the deeper forest. Let's have a look. I'll move us to Sorellis's place. The sun clears on your way, so that's pretty good. And you find your way approaching through into a little glade where there's a farmhouse leading you to a small hollow within a copse of trees, with right on the edge of the forest proper. The house has definitely seen better days, as evidenced by its loose boards and shingles. Peeling away whitewash, there's a handful of stones that have fallen from a chimney that's got a bit of a lean to it. There's a small barn, and there's vines covering a lot of it. The only sign of occupancy is a small garden which has fresh vegetables growing, number of herbs, and watched over by a scarecrow. The idyllic garden is being tended to by a character in a long cloak and robe, and he looks up and he's got a bit of a sickle with which he's pruning some herbs. And he looks at you all with a note of concern, puts an elbow on the shovel as he sort of leans on it, and he says, "Well, I take it they haven't returned yet."
Oh, so you know why we're here? I mean, that makes it a lot easier.
She says, "There can only be one reason you're here. You've been sent." "My name's Cyrillus. You're investigating, are you?"
Yeah, we were told that you are tolerated by the residents of the forest.
Well, yes, I'm the, I guess, tolerated to be this far in, and I do venture some ways, but not into the deep forest. He looks around and says, "This here is my life's work." And he says, "Oh, here." And he sort of rushes inside. He says, "Come in, let's sit." He goes inside his house. I'm not using a map of the inside of the house. We'll just put yourselves in that area. We'll do this. We'll put a door in. And a couple of windows that are wider. Peaceful, idyllic, and he rummages around and gets out a ceramic flagon and pours you. He says, "This is my life's work," and pours out this yellowy wine-looking stuff.
That is a nice place to be in.
Yeah. You can have it.
Simple.
Is anyone having a sip?
Of course.
Okay. Ah, yes, we have a drunken master with us.
Yeah.
You have a sip, and it has quite a kick, even for you. And then he looks at you, nodding, giving you that knowing sort of look. He says, "This is my opus grande."
It's quite strong.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's cider. It's a form of cider made with apples that can only be found growing naturally. But anyway, on to other things. I guess you want to know as much as I can tell you about this group of idiots. 20 days ago, some of the residents of Cable's Hill asked me to lead them into the Quivering Forest, and they wanted to go and treat with the elves of Greenhall. I told them that the elves were the least of his concern, and there's much darker things in the deeper end. They wouldn't hear it. I cautioned them against their voyage, insisting that the Fae would react poorly to their intrusion, but again they disregarded that. So there's no way I was going in there, but I outfitted them as best I could, gave them 10 days of food each, took away their rakes and shovels, and gave them each a good cloak and sword. Anyway, it's saddening but unsurprising.
Do you know what it was that they wanted to speak to the elves about?
Oh, they were chasing Halpin, the old hermit.
Oh, right, yes.
I take it she also hasn't turned up yet.
No, I've seen none of them since.
Yeah, well, We've seen one.
Ah, okay. All right, you explain what you are you going to explain what you've seen, what's driven you to come down here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he sits shaking his head. Oh, old Burke. I hope he recovers well. I'll visit the villagers straight after this, straight after you move on. And as you're talking and finishing your ciders, Juniper, let's see. Oh, I don't have your passive perception on there, Juniper. Let's have a look.
Sorry, but one other thing I want to mention. I messed up the token by accident because you had the green aura and stuff, but I accidentally deleted the token and replaced it. So sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay, so what I'll do. What's your maximum hit points?
It is 20.
20. Okay.
And my passive perception is 12.
Alright, so I think we're good. Juniper dash 12. So on the token, I'm putting your passive perception in there.
Okay.
Great. You hear something scratch on the door, and then suddenly there's this slam, and the door opens, and then it's absolutely torn off its hinges. I think that happy forest music can go. And yeah, so it's ripped on its side, torn off its hinges, and standing there is the scarecrow that was out. That was you just walk past in his what do you call it? In his little garden there. With that, also, the windows smash, and there's a crash as the glass goes flying inwards, and this spike, like an arrow, lands in the wood next to your heads, a couple of you. And looking at it, looks like the thorn on a rose, but it's about the same size as a knitting needle. And I'll just move back to here. I'll move the door aside. I'm just going to move the. Oh, can you see this now, Scarecrow?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's some sort of stick man at each of the windows. And everyone, can you roll initiative? I've got the turn order here. I'm just going to remove all turns. So to put yourself in the turn order, I'll just let you try this until it works. Select your token, and when it's highlighted or when it's selected, that's when you roll initiative. Okay, so I've got 4 initiative rolls there, and I've got mine. Okay. I'll sort it. Descending. Okay, it's looking like the trees are going to be going first, unfortunately. Okay, let's see, who's there? Juniper. I'll draw this door back in. I'll do it in a different colour so it's obvious to see what's a door and what's windows. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, so this scarecrow comes staggering in on wobbly legs, but you find it's occupying a huge space, not large, but bloated. And rather than being full of straw, it looks like it's got vines and roots all tangling, like you would see a bucket of worms, but they're as thick as your arm. And it slashes at you.
Okay.
Hitting armor class 14.
I'm gonna use my reaction to cast shield.
Okay, and what does that put your arm class up to?
17.
17. Okay, so that you quickly throw out your arm, magical field of force goes up between it, and you feel this scraping like nails on blackboard as it scratches across your field. Its other hand comes whipping around and it does the same thing. A natural one, and you definitely dodge out of the way. Okay, let's see, who are you? Lorna. You see this creature, a spindly sort of thing, but still about 5 to 6 feet tall. It's got many fingers made of these long knitting needle type spines poking out of its hands, and it goes as if it's like going to throw a baseball. But when it does, it launches, and a knitting needle sized thorn comes sailing past your head and thunk stabs into the wall opposite by Juniper. Finian, another one does the same thing, flinging towards you, but however this one spiked straight into your back. Oh, but must be glancing because it stuck through you, but only done 7 points of damage, Finian. Now if you adjust your hit points on your actual token, you'll see your health bar go down. So you can highlight your token and change your 24 down to whatever. You can also click in there and just type -7 or whatever it is.
Yep.
Okay, so that's applied. There's one more to the south, and he flings up at Juniper. Looks like they're only able to fling one, rolling a 19, so I'm class 22, Juniper. That's going to bypass the shield. The shield is up there between you and the scarecrow, and you don't see this needle come sailing in, doing 5 damage. And with that, Finian, you spur into action.
Stupid thing. And just goes here.
Okay.
And Finian is going to pull out his short sword.
Okay.
Attack the scarecrow with it, and with a bonus action use an unarmed strike.
Okay. So go with your short sword first.
7 and 12.
Okay, so the 12 is a hit.
Oh, nice. Nice.
How much damage? 5?
5.
5 bludgeoning. Oh no, this is with the short sword. 5 piercing, probably.
No, it's with unarmed strike, so it's...
Oh yeah, bludgeoning. Okay, I've applied that.
Bludgeoning.
But it doesn't seem to have a whole lot of an effect. You are definitely doing full damage to it, but it's far tougher. You're trying to chop through, bunches of twigs, bunches of branches all together.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your turn over? Short sword and unarmed strike?
Yeah, that would be it.
Lorna.
Yeah, I turn to the creature that just shot me in the back, and I turn a dial first on my wristband, and there's a small tube going to the back of my hand at my glove, and out of it comes a firebolt.
Oh, okay. So you launch a firebolt at it. Roll to hit. Armor class 18.
My action.
Armor class 18 hits.
Okay.
How much damage?
So that's 2 damage.
Okay.
2.
So while you're only doing 2 damage,
And
it seems to catch fire and take twice as much. It's particularly vulnerable to fire, you find.
ooh, that's good. And with my bonus action, I take my actual laser gun and fire with that as well.
Okay.
Force blaster.
Ah, nice.
That's only a 14.
14 hits.
14 hits.
Yep.
So, does that work? Yes.
They're pretty
No.
dexterous, but there's no armor to speak of,
No.
so you're hitting them. And how much is that? 18
Yeah,
damage.
for... Oh, 18, yes, it is.
Okay.
Rolled max damage.
Okay. You set fire. There's this little fire in its chest, and then you send a force ballista straight in, and there's this explosion of twigs. Boom! And he is gone. There's no body, just twigs all over the place. You'll be set for kindling tonight.
And I will kind of back up to that side of the room,
Okay, so move.
next to the window.
Okay. You can see that there are 2 stick men peering through. Eswin.
You can see Ezrin's eyes are really wide, and she's like, "Whoa, Lorna, that was so cool!" And she's like, "Okay, here we go!" And she turns, takes out her sword, and she's going to try to take a chop at the scarecrow.
Okay. What sort of sword is it?
It's a great big sword.
Ah, 2-handed sword. Okay, so a great sword comes sliding out of its scabbard on your back.
I think, can I wield it one-handed?
No, it's only a
versatile.
2-handed weapon.
Okay, then that's what I do.
That's fine. Oh,
Oh.
okay.
I was just so amazed by Lorna's explosion that I just missed.
Yes. So you're a bit distracted by the explosion behind you, causing your greatsword to swing. No bonus action, and I think you've done any unless you've got one that you wanted to do.
Nope.
Juniper.
Okay, we'll move 5 feet up, and then we'll fire the one down there.
Okay. Firebolt. Ah, cool.
Oh wow.
Uh-oh, is that another
Okay,
natural one?
yeah, that's it.
You're balancing out all these natural 20s you
Yeah.
were rolling before. Okay.
Yeah.
Sailboat. There's no glass or anything left in this window, but it goes sailing out off into the late afternoon drizzle. That's your firebolt. No bonus action.
No.
Okay. So now this pile of twigs comes creeping in through the window, and attacks you in return. Juniper. It hits. Do you want to throw up a shield?
How much? What is that?
You don't know. I probably give away too much to you before, so I can tell you it hit, but
Okay.
it's a bit of a risk decision whether you want
Yeah,
to.
I'll throw up a shield, I guess.
Okay, it hit
Yeah,
armor
I'll throw up a shield.
class 18.
Yeah, so it's
It still hits. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. In that case, you take. Well, let's have a look here. Yep. 5 damage from the claw. Another one comes in and attacks you from the rear, Miss Greatsword, Eswin. It slashes at you, hitting armor class 11, 14.
Miss.
Assume that's a miss. And then there's 3 potential targets. So the Scarecrow goes for you, Finian. Okay, it slashes at you. Hitting armor class 16.
16, yeah, that's a hit.
Okay. It hits you, and as it does, you are filled with terror, and you need to do a wisdom saving throw.
Against being frightened.
Yes.
I have advantage on this.
17.
So, 17.
Okay. So while you can feel the effect of some sort of sap from the claw, it doesn't affect you. You manage to shake it off. And did I roll your damage? I did. No, did I? No, I didn't.
No, you didn't.
Here we go. 5, 6 damage, slashing. He comes at you again with the other hand. He's getting 2 of these. Hitting armor class 16.
16, still a hit.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Can you do another? Oh no, you're not. Now that you've you know to resist this thing, you're no longer affected by the sap. But it does another 6 damage.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Not feeling good, guys.
Okay, so I can see the ring around you changes colour. It goes from green to orange, yellow to orange to red. So it gives you an idea of how badly injured people are. But that's its turn, Finian, and you can now respond in kind. What do you want to do?
Well, it's a good thing that I'm a drunken master. So, yeah, so I'm going to use the. Which one is it? Yeah, I'm going to use a flurry of blow against him.
Okay, so to do the flurry of blows, you have to have made your short sword attack first. So when you do attack, if you do an attack, then you can do the flurry of blows because it triggers you being able to do the bonus action. Okay, short sword. Class 12?
Short sword.
I think that's a hit. It is. He's very easy to hit. Very ungainly, staggering about the place. He's got the dexterity, but 6 piercing damage. So he's done it again. Okay.
That's not much, but whatever.
Alright, you chip him away, and then suddenly your flurry of blows kick in. You spend a key point, I believe.
Yeah, and make 2 unarmed strikes.
Alright. Armor class 10 is a miss. So you swish at him.
20.
23, yeah.
23, I assume, is a hit.
Yeah, he ducks into your knee. Ducks your first one and ducks into your knee, and you smash him for another 7 damage. Alright. Finian, that's you done, I think?
Yeah, since I'm a drunken master, I have the drunken technique, which is whenever I use a free of blow, I gain the benefits of a disengage action.
Oh, okay.
And since I'm a halfling, I can move through another creature space.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to get out of the house.
Okay.
For a bit.
Alright. So you move out of the house and stagger away, Jackie Chan style, faking your drunkenness, and that means Lorna. You've got your back to the wall. Targets are plenty.
Yeah, I move along the wall into the other corner, so I have a clear shot, and I target the stickman next to Jennifer. First, again with my firebolt contraption.
Okay. Roll to hit. Oh, I'm close.
That's only an 8.
Yeah, no, it misses him unfortunately. He ducks aside it.
That doesn't hit. And then with my force ballista.
There we go. 18 hits.
That looks better.
Yeah.
And that's 10 force damage.
Oof. Okay, you blast it, and there's just like a little skeleton of sticks there, but it's still standing, looking, and looks around at you angrily. Eswin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I lost you guys for a second, but
Oh.
I'm back. So I'm gonna drop the great sword, and draw my mace,
Okay.
and I'm going to take a swipe at the scarecrow.
Okay. Uh, 12 is a hit.
And that's 11 bludgeoning.
All right. So you slash at it, and you're finding that and definitely it's doing damage. You see it break some of the sticks in its torso. You're finding you're doing about half to that. And looking at the blows from Finian as well, it looks like it's somehow magically, or because it's animated or something, what would do 11 damage is doing half that to it.
Okay.
And that's your turn? Juniper.
Okay, we will Misty Step out here as a bonus action, and then we'll Firebolt this guy.
Okay. Oh, I'm a class 10
Yep, that
this.
definitely doesn't hit.
Yeah.
So, and I'll use the remaining movement to move out here. No, yep.
Okay. So what I'll do. Just so that you can see what you can see. Put in some. Does that give you some visibility in and out now, so you can see through the windows and not into the building?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
so,
good.
So the scarecrow goes. It's only got 2 targets now, so let's see. 1 or a 2, it's Eswin. 3 or 4. Oh no, Eswin, you're the only one there. It's the stick man. Everyone else is bugged out. All right.
Wonderful.
Yes, nice
Yeah.
one. Oh, it rolls a 5 though, so misses you completely, and tries again with its second hand, hitting on plus 16 though. Is that going to hit?
Yep, that hits because I didn't take out my shield.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll just close that down. Okay, it does 6 damage of slashing, and you need to do a wisdom saving throw. Yep, I see the blood splattering out the top there.
9.
Oh, you are afraid of this creature. Let's have a look. You can't willingly move closer to it. It's just too scary to go closer. You can fight it though, if from a distance with ranged attacks, or even with melee attacks while you're close. But you would have disadvantage on those attack rolls. So it might cause you to swing wide or whatnot. That's its 2 attacks, and there's 2 other stickmen that close in on you as well. Crikey. One of them attacks with an 8, and the other one with a 14. Does that hit?
On me,
Yeah.
14 misses.
Okay, so they're all scrabbling away at your armour, and you're surrounded by Groots, but they're not getting through that armour. And Finian, you've got a line to the scarecrow.
Yeah, I'm going to throw a dart at it.
Okay, roll to hit. Oh, 9's
So
a miss.
9.
No, it's a miss.
Ah, stupid thing.
And no flurry of blows, I don't think, with range
No,
attacks.
that won't be useful.
Okay, Lorna.
That's good for me.
Mm-hmm. So many targets. I will fire at the stick man now.
The one that's on the far to the north. Yep. Okay, he's completely unharmed.
Yeah.
Currently. Whereas the one to the south is like on absolute. There's only one stick holding his spine together.
All right. Yeah, I will attack him with the force ballista.
The north one. Okay.
Yeah.
Roll to hit. 21. Ooh. Okay,
That's 21.
that hits.
That's 11 force damage.
Okay, 2 hits.
And I
2 dead twig blights. You blow him to smithereens.
okay. And then I fire a firebolt at this one.
Okay. Armor class 11 is a miss.
That's an 11.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's a miss on these guys. These guys are a little bit more dodgy than the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow is a bit more lumbering. Eswin.
Alright, this time I'm going to take out my big shield off my back, which has
Okay.
this beautiful elven kind of symbol on
Okay.
it, just in case.
Yep.
And again, I'm going to take a swipe at the scarecrow.
Okay. Armor
This
class-
time I'm going to smite it.
Oh yeah, Divine Smite. Okay. So what happens is you hit armor class 12, which is a hit. You can declare your Divine Smite after you know whether you've hit or not, and you expend a spell slot. So the damage from the mace is non-magical and halved, but the Divine Smite damage, that extra 2d8, I think it is magical and would do full
Yep.
damage.
So 11 again,
Okay. So
plus 6 radiant damage.
okay, so the radiant's full and he's well below half now. He's taken a big swing from your, is it mace?
Yes.
Big pounding, okay. No bonus action. Which means Juniper. Now you can't see what's going on.
Okay, we'll just
You can hear the fighting though.
we will move 15 feet up here, and we'll firebolt the big scarecrow.
Okay. Alright, 18's a hit.
Wow.
Oh, because it's just a D10,
And then
a bit swingy.
we'll just move down again. That'll be it.
Okay. So you're doing the gunfighter thing where you jump up, fling a shot, and then duck back behind cover. However, your
Yeah, pretty much.
firebolt is doing double damage, so if you can pull out the 10, that will be cool. Okay. Eswin, you're the only one there, so the twig man goes against you, swings at you, missing. The scarecrow attacks. Natural 20, I believe.
That is going to do it.
Yes, this is a bit grim. Yeah. So it does 14 damage.
Ooh, okay.
And the second attack misses. At the end of your last turn, you would have been able to make another save against the fear. So just see if you. Actually, you can just do a saving throw now to see whether you're affected again. Uh,
12.
Let's see. Okay, you pass it. You throw off the fear. Ignore it. And the twig man's
Right.
also missed. So, Finian.
I'm going to throw another one of my darts at this scarecrow.
Okay, right hit. Hey, 24.
So 24, no, nice.
Yeah, definitely.
Almost a crit.
Yeah, roll your damage.
And a 4.
Okay.
So much less, I think, but yeah.
Yeah. So it's only doing 2 damage, but it's all adding up. All these masses of little flings. Lorna.
Yes. Yeah, same combination again. I fire firebolt at the stick man,
Okay.
or try to.
Yep. Cost 13 hits.
13.
Yeah, you hit him. Go for it. How much damage?
That's 10 damage.
Okay, I think you can notch up 3 twig blights on your belt for today.
And yeah, fire my laser gun at the remaining scarecrow.
Okay. 11.
That's 11.
The 11 hits. With Bessie.
Then that's 17.
Okay, you blow into
17 force
smithereens.
damage.
Yeah, it's force damage, so their half damage is often only to bludgeoning, piercing and slashing, like weapon damage. So force or radiant or anything like that. And with that, combat is over. You all take a breather and look about at your respective injuries as you've got all these scraps and scratches, wounds from being spiked with these long spines. And the horror of something that seems so innocuous and innate coming to life and attacking you.
What was that?
Surely no one has bad dreams about scarecrows?
Juniper's gonna grab Cyrillus and she's gonna ask him, what was that? Did you lead us into an ambush? Why weren't any of them attacking you?
Oh, okay, so I wasn't rolling his attacks, but throughout the battle, I assumed that he was battling them as well. So he's fighting and he's got a few injuries himself. He probably had his own twig blight battle to fight. To be honest, I probably forgot about him because he doesn't have a round circle. But yeah, he says it's definitely Fey magic.
Yeah.
Well, when I pictured Fae, I was kind of thinking of like wings and magic, and not quite something like this.
Well, no, all of those things you talk about are in there too, but I don't know. I suggest if you're
forest.
If you're heading in, following the rest of the villagers, I would suggest staying with me overnight and recovering your strength.
Oh, certainly love
Please.
to.
Yeah.
These things were.
Yep. Okay, and he says, Finian and Eswin, you're pretty badly injured there, and he goes over and he pulls out a holy symbol. It looks like a unicorn, and he heals you, Finian, for 9.
Elona, that's my goddess.
Oh, really? Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's my mom's. She worshipped her, so that's why.
Oh,
Yeah, I recognize your symbol.
well, we'll have to talk further. And he heals you as well.
Yes.
So Finian, you get 9 points back, and Eswin, you get 11.
Whew.
Thank you so much.
That's
Okay.
already better.
And other than that, he says, I wouldn't. Well, I've got no idea really, but I wouldn't expect further attacks, more likely to be, if anything, when you least expect it.
Mm. And I hope you are right. As I try to get back my darts from the scarecrow's body.
Yep. Okay.
What if you can create a body?
Yeah. So you can retrieve all your darts.
Yeah.
And he sort of sets to work and goes and gets some hammer and some nails and starts boarding up the windows, and doing his best to repair the door.
Well, if he has any any other armor or something, I will help him on barricading the house for the night.
Yep. Okay. Thanks you for your assistance. He suggests setting a watch. Even from now on and for any further on, someone should be awake at any time.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 of you if you count Sir Relis. He's happy to take a watch as well if you're willing to. You have a good, nice hot meal, and sleep through the night without any incident. If anybody wants to roll any hit dice for healing, so you don't heal all up completely, but you get half of your hit dice back. So if you wanted to take a short, class it as a short rest and spend one of your hit dice to heal, you'll get those back. You'll get one. If you roll one hit dice back now, you'll get it back for tomorrow.
Okay.
So I can see Tina's used one
Go
of
back
hers.
to exactly
Or
full.
is it on the 20 thing?
So Tina, you've used one of yours and you're back to full. Juniper, you've used 2 of yours and are almost back to full. And Lorna, where are you? Oh, you had a bit of damage too. Finian, are you using any hit dice? 1. Oh yeah, 8.
I'm using another. Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. So that means you've still got 1 hit dice to use if you want to take a short rest for tomorrow.
I used 1. Just missed 1 HP, so that's fine.
Okay. So is anyone, so Finian and Juniper, you're the only ones that have still got a bit of damage?
Rest minimal.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Only
he'll
1 damage left.
if you, as you get up to go out and at dawn the next day, and there's this natural woven basket full of berries outside it, and there's a little piece of wood on tucked into the side.
Can I roll Arcana on any of this?
Yeah. The berries look like they are. They wouldn't grow naturally without any, interference. Interference meaning, expert gardening. Maybe even druidic or some sort of other boost. And it looks like there's this tiny script scratched onto the wood, the bark that's tucked into the side of the basket.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone read or write Sylvan?
Yep.
No.
Okay.
No.
So Juniper, you can read it. It's written in a tiny hand. Each letter is very small, but it just says, "Sorry."
Juniper, what do you think it means?
I'm not sure. I don't trust it. And then she's going to sort of rummage through it to try and see if she can find anything similar to the other scrying object that the man in the town had.
Okay. So with your Arcana roll of 19, you're not detecting anything else other than the berries look perfect and delicious, and there's a sorry note. Looks like something you might find at the foot of someone's hospital bed.
Well, you know what I'm going to. Do you think this is a bard or anything? If not, I could just try one, you know.
I can't find anything, but
Well, I try to eat one of the berries.
Yep. So you chew it down, it's particularly juicy, very sweet, and delicious. No other effect that you can tell.
Well, they are good berries, you know, nothing to worry about. And I grab a few extra more to eat.
Alright, so Finian sits down and starts chowing down.
So yesterday we get attacked by trees, and now there's just berries turning up at our doorstep, and they're not dangerous. I don't really trust this.
I mean, I can tell you that they're not poisoned. I think perhaps these creatures outside were here to, you know, prevent the people from the village to come near this forest. But since we're not part of them, you know, perhaps the elves are trying to, you know, well, show that this was not meant against her, but against us, but it is more of a safety thing they always use. It's always on. I mean, if you don't want these berries, I'm going to eat the full basket. So
Yeah.
as he picks a few others.
Maybe you shouldn't eat too many of them as well. I don't trust this.
Yeah, doesn't sound really like something we should be trusting, a basket full of berries after what happened. How do they taste though?
Oh, they're really good. It's sweet, very juicy.
I'm kind of observing you
Yeah. So
while you're eating the berries.
you go about your business over the course.
Waiting for something
Easy
bad to
sometimes
happen.
take one berry and, you know, hey, want some?
You go about your business over the course of the morning. Say your morning rituals, memorize whatever spells or prepare spells if that's your gig. Maybe practice whatever other things you might do, or making sure all your ingredients and things are all set. Cyrillus will offer you some pretty decent trail food if you want to have 5 days each. He suggests not really going more than 2 or 3 days into the forest. You know, come back and form up a more significant investigation. If it gets beyond that, they might given up for lost. Just going to move everyone to get ready. But where to now? He says there is a faint trail, which the
To the deep forest?
yeah, which one? There's a faint trail you can follow. He can direct you to it, and says that would eventually lead to Greenhall. No idea if that's where the villagers went, but it's vitally important to remain on the path. Once I let a delegation in.
Does that sound like the best bet, everyone?
Yes. Seems good to me.
What did you say happened to the delegation? Did they go off the path?
No, he took a delegation in, and they stayed on the path, and they got to Greenhall, made the treaty with the elves, and came back many years ago. Can you see?
No.
Nope.
Does anyone have dark vision? Should ask as well.
Yep.
So,
I don't know if I think that.
Juniper, do you have dark vision?
I don't.
You don't? Okay. What
I
about
think don't have dark vision.
So it's not dark in here,
Yeah.
but it's daylight, but it's you can't see a huge distance in the woods. What about you, Lorna? Do you have dark vision as well?
No,
No?
no, I don't.
Okay.
I can cast light, but
That's fine. What I'm doing is I'm just limiting your vision to as far as you can likely see in the woods. I don't think halflings have dark vision naturally either.
No, they don't.
And what about you, Eswin?
Yeah, I have 60.
Okay. Right, so for now there's enough light for you to see normally anyway, and you should be able to see a path that you're on, an ancient path leading through the forest. Now the map that we're on looks all nice and cozy. Yeah, this counted as a long rest, but for just long rests so you get all of your resources back from your long rest, so reset all your spells and other things. The only thing that doesn't is you don't get all your hit points back normally. What I do is you can spend hit dice and you get your hit dice back. So it's not just a reset button in terms of health. You might have to take a few days to rest up if you're really critically injured. But otherwise, there you are on the path. You can arrange yourself into some sort of marching order. You're heading south-east along the path. Whoever's at the front would be the one rolling survival to track their way to keep on the path.
Well, I am not very perceptive or used to at least kind of like foresty things as much as I've been excited to go to a forest. But so I don't think I should be right at the front.
I couldn't be at the front. And since I'm small, you can have someone else right behind me, so that would be useful.
Okay, so Finian's up the front.
yeah.
I'll just move. There you go. So without making any other changes, that will be Finian, Eswin, Juniper, and Lorna. The trail you're seeing here is stone and quite wide. You'll just have to assume that it's just a small trail leading through brush and so on. Okay. I can give you. It's quite dark. Not night dark, but you know, quite dim light. And there's always a thin drizzle of scenes of rain. It must be above the canopy because it's just trickling down, and you get the drips much slower and heavier off leaves above you. But the canopy is shielding you from the brunt of it. But despite this, fat icy drops still fall here and there, and clinging fog covers the forest floor. Not enough to obscure vision, but it's damp and chilly. The thick canopy blots out most of the sun. In fact, I've got a handout for you. Can you see that on your screens?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
And looking up, there's a bit of light coming through.
So, guys, are we just marching right in, or are we trying to
I'd
be
say
stealthy?
I mean, I can be quite stealthy, but I'm not sure people in heavy armor are very stealthy, you know?
I could make us kind of melt into our surroundings for a while. That's just
That sounds good to me. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
pretty clunky, so
it will only last 1 hour, but maybe.
Well, certainly will be useful. I mean, we stick to this path, so I think we'll be pretty visible on it. Either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say let's go forward. Try not to make too much noise.
Like, eventually it will wear off, and then we can just see what might buy us some time.
Yes.
Okay, then I cast Pass Without a Trace on us all.
Pass without trace. Okay. So that's going to give you all +10, I think.
Yep. Yes.
To stealth.
You can hear the rain, I think. Getting some... But you can hear voices or sounds. Almost as if like crying out in the distance. It's quite creepy. And you travel in for an hour, 2 hours, following the trail. Every now and then you hear the loud crack of a breaking stick or a rustling of brush, as if something just beyond the extent of your vision is moving unseen. There's periods when you sit down to try and grab a bite to eat, you know, have a bit of trail mix and so on, and it goes quiet. And all you get is this ambient noise.
Do we advance on the map, or?
No lights, just sounds and the smell of rotting vegetation. At one point, you hear this ting, ting, and you can see Eswin. You're wearing your armour with a metal helmet, and there's these acorns donking you on the helmet.
Hey, stop that!
You look up, and there's an emaciated squirrel angrily throwing acorns at you.
Hey, Guys, are you seeing this?
It's got one eye, beady eye glaring at you, and the other one's squinting.
Yeah, it's a squirrel. We're in a bloody forest. Thing.
Yeah, but I don't think squirrels are like sentient. I don't think they. What?
It looks at you
Ah,
after.
It's very strange.
They're quite clever.
yeah.
It gives this rah screech like a crow, more like a crow than a squirrel, but then it turns its bushy tail and belts off.
Let's just keep walking.
Carry on.
Do you think the animals in this forest could be like changed because of the elves' influence? Like smarter? Or...
You
I guess it's
It might
possible.
have been. It might have been a hag's familiar. I'm here just by
Yeah, I mean, this entire forest might be their eyes and ears. I don't think there's anything we can do. Creeping me out, to be honest.
Yeah.
about midday you stop for lunch,
Can't see anything.
take your gear off and have another bite to eat, take a swig of drink. Eventually saddle up and head off. Lorna, you feel something stinging around your collar.
Ouch! I touched there with my hand,
Yeah,
kind
you
of
sort of
trying to.
you reach around and you grab something. There's something little right at the base of your neck, and you pull it around, and there's this ant it's got two pincers, and it's sort of angrily sort of snipping, opening its jaws from open and then closed, trying to reach around to bite your finger. And so then
I try and flick it.
Yeah, you flick it off and it goes sailing off into the forest, and you feel two more bites on your neck.
Ouch!
And then more. Juniper, you see Lorna sort of swivering around in circles, sort of batting at her neck, and you can see that there's been honey smeared on her backpack, and it's covered with these large ants.
Oh. You realize you have honey in your backpack, right?
What the? Ah! I removed my backpack.
Okay.
Set it on the ground for now.
All right, you set it on the ground
How
and
did that get there?
do the ant dance, getting all the ants out,
Yeah.
stamping and jogging on the spot. Eventually, you get the ants off. They haven't done any, real damage, but it's just been annoying. You've got these angry welts where they've been biting you.
There's some swearing involved.
Okay. It'll take a bit of time.
Hate them.
There's plenty of water around, and the water, you can clean off the honey and clean off the ants and take your stuff out of your backpack, and eventually get it back to normal so that you can head back off.
Yeah.
Eventually, you've been walking through this forest for a day, and it starts getting very dark very early. As soon as the sun starts going down, it can't penetrate the canopy at all, and it gets very dark. You're starting to get tired.
I don't like that we have to rest in the forest, but I'm getting pretty tired.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I would like to light a big fire, but I don't think that would be a good idea in this forest.
Okay.
Yeah, probably give us away.
No.
If you want to do a survival check, if someone wants to try and look for a decent campsite, you can.
Not the best at it.
If we could find a small alcove with a narrow entrance, I could ritual cast alarm at the entrance to keep us alerted to any intruders.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll still need the survival check to see how good a place you can find.
Is anyone proficient in survival?
I am. But I'm not good at it, but I'm proficient in it.
Okay.
I mean, that's always a...
If the rest of the party
Can somebody kind of help me out a little bit?
Yeah.
yeah, I will help you out.
Okay. So an advantage to the roll, Esmond.
Okay. 40.
Okay. Well, you don't find any caves or anything like that, but you find a more protected place, maybe where there's 2 fallen trees. There might be a natural spot where you can cast alarm between the 2 trees, but there'd be other means of access.
Well, we just have to look at more time. Just take more time.
I missed that.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, she can ritual cast it several times. It would just take more time because it's 11 minutes per cast as a ritual.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. We can keep a lookout while you cast that.
Okay. And she'll kind of cover all of the possible entrance areas.
Yep.
And sort of ignore the areas where. I guess there's no need to do that. I guess she just cast it in a sort of star pattern with a hole in the center around the area. So 4 times because it's a 20 by 20 area. So just think of like a 20 by 20 area with nothing, and then 4 20 by 20 areas around it. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Whoops. There's a 20 per 20 area for an alarm. You should have access to these. It's in spells. I'm just using a hypnotic pattern.
Okay.
So are you thinking something like this?
Yeah, with another one down here maybe, or I guess another one up here. So just something like that. I don't know how much time we have.
Well, like,
If we have time to spare, I guess.
Yeah, if you spend an hour doing it, then you can do 6 of these.
Yeah.
You can see if you can move them around. You should be able to.
Something like that.
All right.
Just get in the center. And it'll be a mental alarm, not a sound alarm.
Okay. All right. Is someone taking watch, or are you? So there's your 6 alarm spells. Pretty cool little magical effect
Yeah.
there.
We'll say that she took the first watch. We'll say that she took the first watch, and while taking the watch, she was casting these. I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I can't see in the dark, but...
Then there's no point in you taking watch. Don't worry, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I can see.
All right.
You can keep me company for some conversation if you
Yeah,
really want.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Okay.
Perfect.
So, Juniper, first watch, Lorna and Eswin, second watch.
Yep.
That just gives you sort of 2 or 3 hours sleep each so far. And then Finian, if you're taking the last one, then Juniper, you go to sleep, you finished your watch, and something wakes you up mentally.
Okay. Wait, what? Okay. Can I roll perception to see if I know where it is or where it's coming from?
It's if we go, it's this one here. The alarm has been triggered.
Okay. Just go ahead and look to see what it is. See if it's worth waking up everybody or not.
Okay, you look up, you look across. You can't see anything.
So who's watching this right now?
Lorna and Eswin are both awake. You would see Juniper sort of prop herself up onto her elbow and peer off in one direction down the path you came from.
Okay. So say in a whispering, something triggered the alarm, but I can't seem to see anything. It might have just been a small animal or something, but
Could it be something invisible?
perhaps, but I have no way of spotting them if that's the case.
Oh, great.
So all 3 of you are peering off in that direction. Can you all 3 of you can roll perception rolls?
I'll stay here.
Oh yeah, I'm not assuming you're moving away or anything at this stage, but you can all roll perception rolls to see if you can. That's effectively what you're doing. Okay, so Eswin, you can't hear anything, can't see anything. Juniper the same. But Lorna, you hear something behind you. Behind the group. The opposite direction, other way down the path. And you look around, there's nothing there. And then you notice, well, Finian's not there either.
Wait, guys. Where's Finian?
And then you look up
No.
and you can see him floating in space. And it looks like he's like drifting off, like going on a spacewalk. Still asleep, still in his rug, still in his sleeping bag, wrapped up.
How high up?
Probably about 10 foot off the ground.
Juniper is going to attempt to cast firebolts at the area below him.
Okay. A
If that's
firebolt goes
possible.
off. There's a flash of light.
Yeah.
Finian, you wake up at that. And you see Finian sort of... What? Finian,
Why am I up here?
your arms and legs are sort of flailing, looking for purchase as you try to stand up or stand on something. And you look around and you're just floating in air. Of course, when you do that, your blanket drops to the ground. And you're sort of floating there. You find after a moment that you can actually will yourself to move.
So I can. Well, I'll try to go back to the ground
You go back down to the ground.
first. Whoa. What was that?
You feel
Like,
Well,
I look at the
flying.
mage. I look at the mage. You thought this was funny, right?
Yeah.
No, I thought you were being carried away by an invisible creature.
What? I thought you guys were.
And as you take a step, it's like you're doing a moonwalk. You feel very light on your feet.
Then I will try to see if I can go back in the air, like by 1 foot or something.
Yeah, okay. Can you roll an Arcana for me?
Okay. Let's say
Ooh,
8.
okay. So you try to do your Superman thing and just lift off the ground and you rocket up 15 foot up the air.
Oof. Can someone throw a rope, please?
Yeah.
I mean, I can control it, but I can't, you know.
Well, after the 15 foot, you mentally grab control and put the brakes on. So
Sorry, what?
you mentally put the brakes on.
Okay.
And after a few moments, you find that you can fairly easily move yourself around without flapping your arms or anything like that. And you're zipping around like a genie.
Well, that's strange, but are you try doing this, you all, or not? As I just go around them, you know,
Okay.
with you, well, basically putting my face at their level, face level
Yep.
for the first time.
You woke up from a dream dreaming that you could fly, Finian.
Yeah. And
I think from here it's 9:45, so 9:45. We're sort of halfway through. I think it'd be good to take a quick 5 minutes and grab a coffee or something.
yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Okay. All right, then you can decide where
Great.
to from here. But yeah, we'll back at 10 in 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Back in a sec.
Whoa. Okay, sure.
I'll come down. I'll come and get a What? Let's go, Jess. So you've got a little bit more insight into what happens next. This is the same picture.
He said I'm not going to listen to anyone.
You'll just have to not give anything away for the others.
back.
Same.
I never left.
Even better.
So are most of you based in Europe?
Yes. From France. And you're from?
So it must be afternoon
It's
for you?
well, almost 4 p.m.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think you're from the same time as Anthony? Time zone?
I live in Japan,
Mhm.
so I'm actually a year hour later, so it's 10:50
Yeah.
p.m.
Yeah, it's 3:50.
Yeah. I'm from the US. It's like 8:53 a.m.
Oh,
Wow.
Starting
that's
play at 6
dedication.
a.m.
Yeah. I have really weird sleep schedule though. So.
Mhm.
Cool that we can play with each other across the world.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
thing with Roll20.
This is really funny though. Is this other campaign I'm in? One of the players is from Australia, and when the daylight saving change happened, we went forward an hour, and they went back an hour, I think. So there was like a 2-hour shift. Kind of weird.
Wow. Yeah, it always freaks me out when I was playing with a bunch of Australians for Rime with the Frost Maiden, and for me, we ended in summer, but for them, it was winter. So they were like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go grab a jacket," and I'm like, "I'm boiling hot." It's so weird.
Yeah.
Okay, that's me back. I'm coffeeed up. Time's at 9:56. Is everyone here? I know that's a funny way to do roll call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
all right. Oh, okay, great. Oh, sorry. Yep. All right. In that case, Finian, you spend an hour feeling like you can fly, and eventually it dies away, and you sort of feather fall to the ground if you were above at the time.
I would have just stayed at the overs level. Like, yeah, I'm as tall as you, and suddenly
Yes.
turn on the ground.
For an hour, your dreams come true.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay. Or is it up there? No.
Yeah. When the alarm goes off, is it a one-off thing? Not too sure about alarms. You set an alarm.
No, it lasts 8 hours.
Yep.
It lasts
Okay.
8 hours.
When you cast a spell, you can designate. Notes you with a ping in your mind. Ping awakens you if you're sleeping. Wow, good spell. All right, cool. So the other alarm that got set off, it's not like setting off a trap or something. It's still there, and anything else comes through, we'll set that off as well. And you go to sleep.
Yeah.
Are you just going to finish your rests, finish your sleep for tonight? The alarm doesn't go off over the rest of the night.
Okay.
You wake up, and if you continue resting into the day, you finish an 8-hour rest. Can't really do that with only 3 watches, but 3 lots of 4-hour watches means that you've got 8 hours somewhere, and you can move on. I'll get rid of these alarm spells. The 8 hours of those are gone.
That was a strange night, for sure.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
As when you go to put your boots on in the morning and you feel a searing pain in the sole of your foot.
Who feels it?
Eswin.
Okay.
Oh. Can I look at it?
Eswin's wincing and takes a boot off, and stuck to your sock is some stinging nettles.
Okay, I'm not very perceptive, but I don't think I would have missed stepping on something like this, especially when I was sleeping.
No, they were in your put in your boots, or they're in your boots when you put them on in the morning.
Oh, so definitely somebody has put them in here on purpose.
They're messing with us.
In the other boot, there's something filling it.
Oh no, what's this?
You look in, get the light of an angle, and it looks something round and sort of yellow and with blotchy black and yellow.
Can I get a closer look without putting any part of my body in there?
Yeah, you can. Can you do a nature roll for me? You get a sweet smell coming out of your boot. Smells like a fruit of some sort.
Okay, I want to tip my boot over and see if they'll fall out.
Yep. Okay, it's like plump. It's about the size of a baseball, even a bit bigger and longer with 2 points on either side, like a lemon sort of shape. Juniper, you would recognise this as a very rare Fey fruit. And it looks like it's been picked at the perfect time.
Does it look similar to the honey that Lorna had on her backpack?
No, unrelated.
Okay.
But it's looking.
Are they giving us bad things or are they giving us gifts? I don't know.
I mean,
Fruit poisonous?
berries was nice and flying was nice, so
Yeah, the Fae are a tricksy bunch.
probably need to stay on watch.
Finian, you think you can hear a little tinkle of laughter.
From where?
From above the canopy.
Oh. I will try to look and see if I can see anyone or anything.
Okay, you can roll a perception for me.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
How'd you go? Oh, 20. Is that right? That's what I'm reading?
20.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, 20.
You don't see anything, but you do see a couple of branches moving a bit unnaturally. Skinny branches, just a few leaves on them.
I think there's something up here. I think I heard like laughter and we saw like branches moving. Probably your squirrels from last day.
Ha ha ha, those creatures.
I don't remember squirrels being able to laugh.
Well, I mean, if it's a Fey squirrel, perhaps it is.
Feel watched. I don't like this.
I mean, it's
Perhaps we should just press on to the green home, whatever it was called, sorry.
Green
Yeah.
hole.
green hole.
Yeah.
Yes.
Try to keep forward in this absolutely nice forest, which has absolutely no problem in it.
Okay.
He says, thinking everyone can hear what he says.
Sorry, was that to me?
No, like a general, like, yeah, speaking to the others, but, I think maybe someone in the tree can hear us, so we will try not to speak bad of the forest or whatever is going on.
You hear some little voice sort of sniggering, trying to hold back a laugh.
Mm. Try to ignore it and keep forward.
Okay. Who else? I think there's another one with the perception. Oh, Juniper, you hear this as well.
Can I roll like nature or something to see if I would know what this is?
You would just know that it's a very high-pitched voice. But from a laughter, it means it's not necessarily language. I suppose it is, but not in any. It's not a language. Universal. You need to have more to go on, more, conversation.
Yeah. Oh, probably just a trickster creature trying to mess with us.
Yeah. Let's maybe keep moving.
You hear one word come out, and it's in Elvish. If anyone speaks Elvish.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do.
Oh, okay. You hear a word call out, boring.
It thinks we're boring. Did we want to? No, probably best not to try to challenge a Fae.
Yeah. Well,
Sometimes it's best to be boring, I guess.
should we try and be less boring?
You hear in Elvish,
No.
as you're discussing whether to be boring or not boring, you hear this voice from above saying, "No, silly, you're going the boring way."
Was that
So-
in Elvish or common?
It's in Elvish.
Can I respond in Elvish? So, what way would be more exciting?
Can you roll a persuasion check, please? It's not really persuading of something, but it's charisma, I guess. Okay, that's so. Lorna, what? The voice calls back. Anyway, but Greenhole, they're boring. They don't appreciate tricks. Don't go to Greenhall. Don't go there. That's a silly place.
Do you play tricks on those villagers that came through?
Let's see. Oh yes, that was fun. And this tiny elf-like creature with wings sort of fades from invisibility into your sight, and it's standing proudly on a branch above you.
Well, hello.
So do you know? So you know something about those villagers then?
Oh yes, they came through looking for some Helven. Don't know what a Helven is, but it matched a description of a man who killed the elves with his fireballs and things.
Oh, Helvin, I think he's an old hermit or something.
Oh, if he
Don't know, haven't met him though.
Hmm. Yes. Well, the Helven went to the elves and killed them with fires and things, magics. He was a very unkind man. He didn't like our tricks. We told the elves
Well,
about him. We told the elves of Greenhall about this non-trick liking person, and they came to investigate and they all died.
Who is this non-trick liking person? She'll reply in Elvish.
Yeah, the Helven, the one that all of the mudmen were after.
What did you do with Helvin?
Oh, I didn't do anything with Helven.
Is there any way we could have those villagers?
The villagers? Well, the villagers met the elves, and the elves drove the villagers away, and I think one of the men died when the elves stuck their arrows in them, but, you know, I don't know what happened to the rest of them. They ran off towards Jenny's house.
Oh, where's Jenny's house? She sounds fun.
They point off in a direction and say, Jenny's that way. Ah! And they start quaking and looking around.
Do we want to try to find the people, or do we want to carry on to Greenhall?
Oh, we're here to rescue them, are we not? Or at least find out what happened to them.
Yeah.
Still alive, I would like to take that chance to try to rescue them. Although Jenny doesn't sound like a great kind of person. I don't know.
No. Maybe if we go to Greenhall first, we can maybe arrange some kind of peace and get some help.
How far is Greenhall from here? I asked the Fae.
Greenhall, 2 days that way, and she points deeper into the forest, along the path that you're travelling.
How far is Jenny's?
Or maybe the same, but in the other direction, sort of as if it's like a fork in the road, pointing southeast rather than southwest.
Well, Jenny did something to that villager that was that came back to the village, right? The one that was outside the tavern. So probably she has the others. I don't want to think about what might happen to them. We leave them with her. She doesn't sound pleasant.
What is this, a trap?
Do you like Jenny? Are you friends with Jenny? I asked the Fae.
Jenny eats pixies. She eats us and cooks us in a pot.
Can I insight that?
Yeah, sure. Yep, so as when they sound like they are particularly fearful of Jenny.
Well, this pixie doesn't seem like they'd want us to go after Jenny. I don't know, it doesn't seem like they want anything to do with Jenny, so it doesn't seem to be a trap.
Well, but it also doesn't really sound like we should go there. Same.
You could go and talk to the elves, they are
We
boring.
could flip a coin. Sorry?
Well, we do need to get the treaty back in order, because I don't think the elves liked that.
Nope.
But if this person is the one responsible for all of this, then maybe bringing them to justice would pose problems.
So where to? Southeast, southwest. West is Greenhall. East is Jenny's shack.
I vote Jenny's, but what do you guys think?
I guess.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I would be more tempted to go to Greenhall, but
No, I don't mind if you guys want to go to Greenhall. I don't mind. I really don't mind.
well, the thing is, Elfinion doesn't speak Elvish, so I'm going to Greenhall to be like, yeah, why not? Not very productive for him.
I'm just kind of concerned. I mean, this Jenny doesn't seem to be too popular here, but still kind of afraid of offending someone if we kill her and free the villagers, you know?
Yes, I think either choice is alright.
So if we do as when you're over there, Juniper's an either choice. Where were you, Lorna?
I would go to Greenhall first.
Yeah, so Finian.
Yeah, going also. I think we were sent to investigate about these missing villagers. So I'll say we go here first.
Okay.
Same marching order?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Yep.
Okay, so Eswin, you're fine. Are you fine? The party's some is thinking Green Hall.
Yep, oh, absolutely no problem, don't worry.
Okay. All right. So you start. You take off along the way to Green Hall. The pixie gives a low bow and then goes invisible again. And we can see you making your way through very dense forest. As you move on, it gets less and less gloomy, still well overgrown, but with a less brush and more actual tree trunks and knotted, gnarled roots. Eventually, let's see, you get to, I'll just put you here just for the want of being somewhere in the middle. And so you should see, within range of your 60 foot or so, that you can see, that's basically line of sight. If you shot an arrow, it would probably go about 60 foot too. And you can smell it before you see it. And rounding a bend of the path, you might find a human body laying face down in the dirt.
So first, before going close to that body, see if there is anything like nearby, like maybe like some tracks or maybe like a creature that could be close to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you do a investigation or perception? Your call. It depends on whether you're just having a snoop around.
Perception.
If you've got
Can I
survival, you can look for tracks. So perception. So Finian, you have a good look around. You do notice that there's all the little creatures of the forest have gone quiet. The birds have stopped.
Right. So there's nothing, which is weird. Not even birds or even look at the canopy, like not even those big seals.
Yep. You move up, you go a bit closer, you're only 10 foot away from the body now. You can see arrows sticking out of the back of the body on the ground.
Well, it looks like this guy was shot, has a few arrows on his back. I will...
Yep. As you approach,
It's-
a black
I'll
cloud
go
of
back a bit.
flies takes flight that had landed on the body, and they all take flight, filling the air with the drone of their wings.
So you said the body had arrows?
Yeah, he has a few arrows in his back. In his back.
There's a rusty sword laying beside him.
Can I roll perception to see if there's any like traps or anything around the body?
Around the body? Oh, traps. Yeah.
Yeah, like if there's like a rope.
Sure. Yep. Okay. Yep. You don't. Juniper doesn't spot anything. Looking all around. No trap. Doesn't look like there's any traps or anything.
I would also like to kind of take a closer look and investigate the arrows and if there's anything else.
Okay. You two move in. Have an investigate. You probably need to get at least 5 feet away to have a look.
Yeah, that's right next to it.
Okay. What have you got? 15 investigation. Okay, so you can see that this human has got arrows in his back. They're clearly of elven make. The sword is rusty and looks like it's where he dropped. He has been laying here for a long time, hence the flies. Looks a little bit swollen, bit off. Juniper, as you're looking, Finian, to your horror, as Juniper's sort of investigating this body, you see this long, thick tentacle come out from the foliage beside you, and it lashes out at Juniper.
Quick, get out!
It swipes across her, and luckily it accidentally misses as she dodges, and another one comes and also lashes out and also misses her. But Juniper, there's this glancing blow, and just from the glancing blow, let's have a look. You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage as this thick, muscular tentacle like a snake just slams against you, and as it does, the bludgeoning is the least of your worries because the tentacle's got like a leaf-shaped end, and it's got all these backward-facing spines which rake across, doing 5 points of damage. And you look up from this horrible sight, and from out of the shadows, I've got a handout for you. Oh, can you see it?
No.
No.
I'm just reconnecting Roll20. Something had stalled at the most pivotal point. And you can hear this low rumble of a growl. I'll just wait for it to resolve for me. There's this giant black cat, looks like it's made of shadow, and its whole outline seems to shimmer and flicker, apart from these glowing turquoise eyes. Can you see the picture on the screen?
No.
No.
Yes. I can. Did you give them permission to see it?
Yeah,
Is it in the handouts tab?
yeah, it's in the handouts tab.
I don't see anything in the handouts tab besides the stuff you
No.
showed us before already.
Same.
I
Okay.
can see it.
Okay, I'm just going to see if what I can do with oh, this is so frustrating. Anyway, we'll come back to it. It's an enormous cat with 2 tentacles growing out of the side of its neck, and it looks as if it's lashed out at you to try and grab you and pull you into the shadows with it. But what happens is instead it's missed, and it looks like it's tamping its feet down and it's about to pounce. Rather than having 4 legs like a leopard or lion or something, you can see it's got 8.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to open initiative. I'm just going to clear everyone and remove all turns. And we'll go turn by turn, so I'll... you can add yourselves in now. Okay, are we all there? Let's see, there's Juniper on a 13, Esmond on a 4, Lorna on a 17, Finian on a 7. Alright. And I'll give you a token so we can see what's going on now that you can see it. There we go. Can you see the token there now?
Yeah.
Yep.
The kitty.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think what's going on is when I open a handout, it's not, you know, there's a pop-up somewhere, and then I close it down and then do it again. And it's not showing up for some reason. No matter. What I can do I'm just going to drag the photo of it onto the screen. So that's what you're.
That's there 2 of them?
That's what you're looking at.
Oh, okay.
And it seems as if it can, attack from quite a distance, and it moves back away from you, Finian, and starts to hunker back into the darkness. However, it attacks at you again, Juniper. Hitting armor class 16 and armor class 11.
I'm going to use shield.
Okay, you fling up your shield, which puts you above 16. Is that right?
17.
Oh, nice. Okay, so both of them, one of them misses you anyway, but the other tentacle smashes and crashes into your magical shield. Good one. In that case, Lorna, you're up next on a 17.
Okay. Seeing that, I will need to take my action to reactivate my force ballista.
Okay.
And I will take my bonus action to shoot at it,
Okay.
hoping I hit.
How'd you go?
Nice.
I guess that hits.
Ah, yeah, sometimes it doesn't come up on my chat. There's a little bit of a delay. So you can call it out loud to me. Critical hit. All right. So
That's 29,
wow.
I think, damage. And I forgot it before, but I realized it gets pushed 5 feet away, up to 5 feet away.
Oh wow. Okay, so you launch it back 5 feet away, and
Yeah.
minus 29 damage. Holy moly. Okay, well done, and then the bonus action.
And I will move. That was my bonus action, and
Alright.
I will kind of move around here.
Yep. Can you still see it?
No, there's a wall of
Yeah,
black.
you've knocked it back through into some foliage. Jennifer, what do you want to do?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm out of its reach, I presume, right? Unless it has like a 15-foot reach or something. I don't know. Okay, so we'll move back 15 feet here, and then we'll ready an action to cast Mind Sliver if it shows up again.
Okay, so you pull
And
back.
that'll be it.
Okay, so you pull back. You've got is Mind Sliver a cantrip or something else?
Yes, a cantrip.
A cantrip. Okay, so you got Mind Sliver ready to go.
Better requires.
Yeah,
Yeah,
loaded.
better requires.
No worries.
Yeah.
And you're going to fling it at the first displacer beast you see. Finian.
I'm going to move back a bit, prepare a dart
Okay.
if the beast comes back.
Okay. And you've got a dart in your hand, ready to throw. Anything else?
Yeah.
Esmond.
I think that will be it for now.
I raise my shield, and I will hold an action to attack with my mace if it comes in range.
Okay. One comes. It's injured. It looks like it's taken a massive blow from a ballista. It stops right there though. And when it does come into view, that will trigger Lorna. Your, I think Juniper, you had a bolt ready, and Finian, you had a dart.
Yeah.
Not bolt, I have Mind Sliver.
Mind Sliver, that's right.
The DC 14 intelligence save.
Don't think Leven will hit.
Okay, can you roll again? So Juniper, it's a DC, right? So a psychic roll. Finian, you miss.
11, yeah.
Yeah. What have we got? DC 14.
Yeah,
Intelligence. Okay, here we go. Okay, it fails the Mind Sliver.
Okay, so it takes 6 psychic damage, and it subtracts a d4 for its next saving throw.
Okay. So you'll have to remind me that when the extra saving throw happens. Okay, but it's come. Anybody else got a ready action?
No.
Okay.
It's not in range, so I can't do it.
No. It tries to grab you, Eswin. Missing, and then attacks again. Missing again. And while all this is happening, Lorna, another one, comes bounding at full speed from behind your group and attacks you. Okay, hitting you once.
Yeah.
Doing 11 damage.
Oi.
And Lorna, it's your turn. You're in melee with a Displacer Beast. You're not sure how many Displacer Beasts there are. It looks like there's a whole handful and they keep shuffling around. It's like it's got multiple images of itself.
Right. Yeah, so I'm within its melee range, but for me it should still be ranged, right?
Yeah, so you would have to do a range attack unless you've got reach. But because you're engaged by somebody else, it'd be disadvantage to hit.
Okay. Yeah, I only have range attack, so I will have to do that and shoot a firebolt first with my action.
Okay.
Okay. So it's at disadvantage, right?
Yes. So I think you need to roll twice. Okay, 20 and a 12.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so the firebolt might have hit with the 20, but it goes. You're distracted by these tentacles waving in your face, and your firebolts will probably go sailing through one of the images of it in any case.
Yeah, and then I back that up with my gun and try if I have better luck with that.
Okay, Bessie, you've got a 21 and a 21. All right. Nice. Not only do you shoot through the distraction of its tentacles, but also you slam straight into the real image, and because it's damaged, its concentration is broken and the images stop shuffling.
Okay. So that's 7 force damage, and I push it 5 feet away.
Okay, so now you're not engaged by it either.
Yeah. And yeah, moving will not do me any good. I'll just stay there.
Okay, Juniper.
Okay. We'll Mind Sliver the same one again. And this time it will subtract a d4 from its save, so it's... Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's rolled a natural 20.
Okay.
And even if I rolled a 4, it's going to save to subtract 4 from the roll. So it passes the Mind Sliver, unfortunately. Finian.
Okay, that's it.
It's going to go next to the beast.
Okay.
And make one attack with his sword and one with his fist.
Okay. Sword comes in. Now
Oh,
these
nice.
are at
22 and 16.
disadvantage. Okay, so the 16 is going to hit regardless. With the oh no, that's your unarmed strike. So they should be at disadvantage.
Yeah. Oh, we make go.
Just roll the second attack with your short sword.
Oops, sorry. It was figured. I mean, it's the same roll anyway.
Yeah, I need one more short sword attack, because if that hits... okay, so that misses.
Okay.
One more unarmed strike though. You're trying to find the real image.
15.
15. So that's just both a 16 and a 15. In other words, your punch hit, which stops its shimmering, it breaks its concentration, and you can roll your bludgeoning damage.
Okay, it's 4.
Alright. It shakes its head. And I think that's your turn with both attacks. Eswin.
Yeah. Bad kitty.
Yeah. Both of these great cats now are a little bit confused and their shimmering has stopped. Eswin.
So thanks, Finian, and go for its head with my mace.
Okay, right ahead. You Mason Shield. Natural 20. Boom.
Can I also smite?
Yeah.
You can. And when you smite, you'll double those damage dice as well.
And so it's 48.
Okay, so let's add all this up. You've got 11, 12, 13 because of your dueling smite. 13 and then another 23. So 36 damage. Wow. The Displacer Beast goes. It recovers its senses and its image starts to shift and displace again. And it disengages from you and starts to move away into the shadows. And then you hear it bounding off silently through the underbrush. The other one, Lorna, beside you, also turns and leaps up into the trees and starts springing from branch to branch, going a lot faster than a human can run.
Okay.
It seems to turn when it's injured mate turned.
Everyone all right?
Yeah, kind of.
I am.
Bit hurt, but still standing.
So are we out of combat now, or?
Out of combat, yeah.
Yeah.
No sign of the Displacer Beasts.
Okay. So she's gonna go and she's gonna pluck one of the arrows out of the body
Okay.
and try to inspect it to see if there's any markings or engravings on it.
I'm not I'm not putting away my gun. I keep it in my hand.
Yeah, okay.
High alert, but yeah.
Yeah. Same. What the others are looking at the body of Finian, just be like looking if the beast comes back.
Okay. The body, inspecting it now, it's still got 10 days of rations, so it looks like it was killed early on in its journey.
Mm.
There's a dagger, 10 arrows, a single ruby worth 40 gold, a crude map of the area, which has the trail to Greenhall. It depicts Greenhall as being probably about a day away.
Do the arrows in him have any markings on them, or are they just clean arrows with nothing special about them?
They look like a lot of care has been made in making them, so they're not just run-of-the-mill. But the arrow heads are not iron, not steel heads like you would from ones that we get in town. Some sort of bone or stone or something like that, very hard grey metal, grey substance.
Okay. She'll grab red ruby and the gold, and tell the party what she found, and then be like, watch out, I think there might be hunters or people around here.
Okay.
It's possible it would be one of the elves.
Maybe.
Do this arrow looks of Elvencraft to you?
Or? Could I roll like investigation or history to see if I would
Yeah,
know that
yeah. History.
about the arrow?
History would be appropriate. Okay. From the way the fletchings are made, you think that maybe they are elven.
Yes, they're most likely.
Let's hope we won't finish like this poor fella.
Yeah.
This clearly would not be a nice thing.
Poor guy.
Looks like
no
it
signs
sounds
of the
like
beast coming back. Just go back here.
it sounds like you can smell the same smell like this guy, but just further into the underbrush. Up in that sort of direction. For what it's worth.
Should we try to go to Green Hall or
Well,
investigate
we're
on
already
the
halfway.
keep investigating
Yeah,
this area?
carry on.
Oh, we're already halfway to Greenhall,
Yeah.
so might as well finish the trip there.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
get this over. Don't want this beast to come back.
Yeah, it's really seems to be a lot of dangers and hostile creatures out here. Should just try and
Right.
finish our journey.
Yeah, I mean, I suggest we try to go as stealthy as we can. You know, don't want any like elven ranger blocking us in the back like this poor guy.
You travel on towards Greenhall. Leave the corpse. And you enter a wide glade of surpassing beauty. You hear this voice in Elvish, call out from above, "You should not be here."
Greetings, all back in Elvish. We've come to discuss the treaty between you and Cable's Head. Can you come in, please?
And you see this elf, a wild elf, crouched on a branch above. It feels very Avatar.
Yep.
And she just repeats, "Leave this place." She says, "And take your town stink with you. Do it quickly, else we cut you down where you stand." And when you say "we," this rings off a bit of an alarm bell. My handout's not working, but this is...
What is she saying, guys?
And looking, when she says "we," she looks downward and ahead of you, and you can see the number. You couldn't see them before, but a number of wild elves, all armed and armoured, regarding you coolly.
She's gonna just say, "We mean you no harm. We're not here to fight you or start any trouble in Eldershot."
Okay. Can you roll a persuasion check for me?
Sure thing.
I think, who else was speaking Elvish before? You can have a persuasion check as well.
Yeah.
Eswin?
16.
Okay, so we've got a 16, a 21. Okay. So between the two of you, you
21.
convince them you don't mean any harm and explain. And they still don't, open their gates, obviously, but they do offer you the barest modicum of hospitality. So while these other villagers they might have chased off with arrows in their back, they offer you some elvish bread to take as rations on your way back. So there's a hint there that you're not coming any further. And they say, they do let you know that villagers maybe 10 days ago did wander into their village. The villagers had run out of food and rambling about an insane woodworker who didn't mean the elves any harm. We hadn't seen any woodworkers, insane or otherwise. In fact, this group of villagers was the first we've seen in many years.
We were told that that a number of you were killed by a man wielding fire.
They look a bit concerned and look to each other and they say, nothing. But then one whispers to another and they say, one of the, looks like a sergeant of some sort or a second in command, says, "There is the scouting party that's been missing for days. Maybe they speak the truth." They say, "Well,
Where did they go missing? Where were they last seen?"
It's not of your concern. You have no business here. The farmers had no business here. Neither did you.
Is there anything we can do to help, though? While we're here, I mean, we could help each other.
They say the pact lays out clearly how we can help each other, and you get the reinforcement of this aloof retraction of elves from human society, or at least from the wild elves of the Quivering Forest. They say if you're still looking for for your farmers. They fled from us in the direction of Jenny's hovel.
Yeah.
And what could you tell us of this Jenny?
She says she's not to be trifled with. She's an ancient creature.
Could you give us permission to take back the villagers from her, or at least go to talk to her about it?
Certainly. Turning around and leaving our area. You'll enter Jenny's, obviously at your peril. So they're fine for you to go and chat with Jenny.
Is there anything you might be able to tell us about her, or might be willing?
Assume she knows everything about you. And they look around and
Well,
say,
that's not very comfortable.
even Greenhall is not protected from the eyes of Jenny Greenteeth.
So, just assuming there were to be a conflict between us and her, I assume that wouldn't offend you. You don't seem too fond of her.
Our pact with Jenny is to have a pact with humans, not to interact. If Jenny were to fall, we might be more disposed to interact with humans.
All right. We'll see what we can do.
Okay. So
No,
that-
honestly, she's creeping me out.
yeah, and from that, the rest of them just take a bit of a step back and lower their arrows. But for a few hundred yards at least, the scout that you first saw hops from branch to branch, Tarzan style, following you. While elves are normally known for their dexterity, and the high elves for their intelligence, and the gold elves for their wisdom, these wild elves actually look particularly strong. They're lithe but wiry. Okay, so you're heading off now southeast, directly away from Greenhall.
Yeah,
You're now off the
I
path,
guess so.
officially off the path. Finian, I think you're at the front. Can you roll a survival? You can have advantage if you want, if someone's helping you out. I'll just get back into marching order.
Yeah, sure. So, not.
Okay, survival of 18. So you find a pretty
18, yeah.
yeah. You basically you make pretty good ground, even though you're going through just natural bare forest, no trails and things. You happen to find a few animal tracks that you can, animal tracks. They tend to follow the same route and clear a bit of a way. So it's twisty and turny, but it means it's a little bit easier going for you. Eventually, let's have a look. There we go. Okay, so you come across, I'm going to move you now. You're following a trail and you come across, you smell that really bad rotten stench after a while, and you come across, half covered in underbrush, a smallish cave entrance. It's quite flat but broad.
Is this near the Jenny's or is this in a different location?
You're not sure. You're walking in that direction, but whether you've hit Jenny's or not, it's hard to say. Because you don't have a map or anything like this. You're sort of wandering around the forest, panning backwards and forwards, trying to find something that looks like that's the right thing.
Okay. She's gonna cast Mage Armor preemptively.
Okay. So you get this glowing aura all over you, which then slowly fades into the glowing into the shape of armor covering you. You can smell a very bad smell from coming inside the cave.
Is it similar to the smell the human had?
Yeah, rotten. Yeah, bad. What do you want to do?
Well, are we be proceeding?
Keep going past it?
Yeah.
Okay. You carry on, and after almost a day's travel, the sun must be starting to go down. It's getting very dark. You enter a wide glade again of hang on. Oh yeah. Round a bend and come to a large clearing. The ever-present canopies open here, so you can see the darkening sky. It's the first time you've seen the sky in days. However, there is a small cottage. Like a treehouse.
Jenny's.
I think that's her place.
Show your hand out if I can manage it. What I'm doing is just giving green. It should all be in your journals and you can open it up. It's called a hut.
Yep.
You see it okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so the small house on stilts amid a sort of boggy, swampy sort of area. You're going down some rocky clearing that's a bit higher. So a series of ledges. It's not quite stairs, although I'll reflect them as stairs on the map. A small cottage of logs grown over with moss. And there's an open cook pit in the centre of the clearing over which there's a large cooking pot hangs from a tripod. There's a delicious smell coming from it, steaming into the air. And the warmth and the light of the fire warms you to your bones. The smell while it's been very gloomy all this whole time, this area, similar to what you had when you smells of that sort of pixie fruit. So it's sort of, in your mind, it banishes the forest's oppressive gloom.
Well,
In fact, directly above, as I said, night's falling, you can actually see a break in the clouds. And directly over this clearing, there's starlight.
that looks like a nice place.
Yeah, it's kind of beautiful.
Smells of food, flowers, and wood smoke.
Getting really hungry.
Can certainly use a nice meal now.
Yeah, I could use a rest. I've been traveling for a while.
All right, moving map. So, because we've got a little bit of a shack thing going on here. And you see, there you are coming into the clearing, lit by the beginnings of starlight, so twilight above. You can hear the sound of the bubbling stew. Again, because it's quite an open clearing, there's not the constant chatter of birds and animals of the forest. You can hear the snap and crack of burning logs.
Well, I would say we just go forward and ask this Jenny what's going on.
Yes.
Should we just go in? Like that?
I mean, first knock at the door, you know. Oops.
Maybe we should wait a bit.
What do you want to wait for?
The round black dot that I've put next to the well is the cooking pot and the fire where the smells are coming from.
Do I see anyone from where I stand?
No, you don't.
I'll go back to the... I mean, so sure she is surely close by, since, you know, there is food cooking, but I can't see her.
Just don't think we should go in without a plan. You know?
Of course. What do you suggest?
Do we want to try and talk to her? We're going to... Well, I guess she can hear us anyway. We're going to at least try and make this a surprise.
Well, I guess not all of us have to go at once, right?
Well, I mean, she probably knows how many of us are here.
I suppose so.
I mean,
We just all go in, it goes bad, and we're all in the same space, and we can all attack her.
Why do you need to attack her, you know? You can just, you know, talk to her.
Exactly. I don't it could go really well. But,
Yeah, it could go really well, you know.
Yeah.
She's evidently a good cook, you know, so of course she's a good person.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah,
That would be wonderful.
Hey, my cousin Bibbo is a horrible cook and a horrible person, you know, that goes together.
Okay.
I've met some terrible cooks who were great people and the other way around.
That can't be possible.
Also, I'm still kind of hurt from earlier. So I don't want to
this beast or something.
take too much of a risk.
How many HP down are you? I can heal you if you need to.
I can also heal myself, but I don't know, I would like to preserve my spells, you know?
Okay, what's the plan? Are we just going in?
Yeah, I mean, first try to, you know, negotiate with her.
Well, Finian, you're in the front there. If you lead on, the conga line can follow.
Just a little bit.
You see it covered well.
Yeah, can't see much.
You can't.
Is this the the door?
Oh yeah. There's a doorway in the cabin.
Okay. Well, I'll try to go. Well, not go. Next, I will not go next to the pot cooking.
Yep.
Do-
Eswin, the pot smells pretty good.
That's
There is a ladle next to it. The door opens, Finian.
Oh.
Oh,
Well.
hello.
Hello.
Elderly lady looking like
I,
a villager from the town comes out. Oh my goodness.
Milady.
She looks surprised. You gave me quite a start. She clutches the front of her shirt.
Can I insight check if she really looks surprised?
Yes. She says, "Oh, we don't normally get visitors, not in these parts very often. Here, please sit down, warm yourselves by the fire."
Yeah, thank you, Miss. Miss. Madame.
Yep. She doesn't seem as if she's being deceptive at all. She looks across and comes over to the pot and says, "Here, there's a seat and there's a little ledge that you can sit on if you want." And she says, "Oh, where's my hospitality? What? You must be freezing." And she looks up. It's twilight. And she gets some wooden carved bowls out on a tray and brings them over and starts lading them. The tray's got 4 bowls on it. And she looks across and says, "Are your friends shy, dears?"
A little, I guess.
Eh,
And I'll talk to them.
Hey, come here, you. Don't stay in the dark all night.
Kind of behind, so hanging back, I reactivate my gun, but keep it concealed under my coat, and I fully approach.
Okay. She says, "Don't stand next to any bushes. You'll get dragged off by the displacer beasts."
Yeah, I met them before. Charming.
Twilight is their time, but they won't enter my glade.
Oh, really? Why is that?
I've got this displacer beast nip. I spread it around and they don't like the smell.
Wow.
Well, then I guess we don't have to worry.
Well, yes, but
Right?
standing back over there is outside my circle, of course.
Of course. So does your circle only keep out the displacer beasts?
Oh,
Or
I've been
other
around-
unwanted guests?
I've been around a long time and you get to know the woods and the creatures in it. And she brings out a 5th bowl and deals up one for herself.
We're not eating anything, by the way.
Sorry?
I think he said he wasn't eating anything.
Not eating anything, okay.
Exactly.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, me neither.
If I see her eating, I may
Yeah, she's
inspect
eating.
the food, but
She's not eating very politely.
I don't know,
She's probably not used to table manners. She's sort of fisting her spoon and trying to just sip it, but she's got a bit of a shakes in her hand. Got the shakes.
yeah, get a good look at the food first.
Yeah. Smells great. Keep up your strength. I see you're a bit injured there. What happened? Tell me all about it.
Well, as I told you, we have met those displacer kitties for earlier today.
I'm amazed you're alive. Not many stand toe to toe with one of those.
Well, it was a harsh battle, but we managed.
Amazing. You must be talented.
Yeah, well, mainly lucky.
So, what brings you into the woods?
You live in this spot?
I do.
It looks like a lovely place. Can I see inside?
Oh, certainly, yes. And she sort of goes over and opens the door and steps inside.
Do I see anything? Anybody?
Okay, can you roll a perception for me? How'd you go?
8.
She says, here, it's getting a bit drafty. I've got a nice fire in here. And she closes the door. Looking around, you don't see anything.
Wonderful.
Well, if she closed the door, I would just go a bit closer and try to,
Listen.
hear any suspicious noise.
Yeah, okay. Sounds like you can hear some conversation. Juniper, can you roll a dex for
Do
me?
you get many?
Dex saving throw.
Sorry, who?
Juniper.
Me?
Actually, no, Juniper, not a dex saving throw.
Okay.
Make it a... oh no, dex saving throw is fine. Go with that.
$18.
Awesome. Okay, you walked very close to the pot and almost tripped over it.
Okay.
Okay. It's got those. Remember, it's only held by the tripod of the 3 legs, which splay out quite a way, like tripping over a tent line. Sorry, Esmond.
Do you get many visitors around here?
Oh yes. Not usually, but an old man came to visit me some few days ago now.
Oh, really? Where did he say he was going?
He'd wanted me to join his cult for some reason. Cult of the Dragon. Don't know what they'd want with dear old me.
Did he just go on his way, or did something happen to him?
Oh, he wanted me to. He was trying to get me to end the pact that binds the Fae to the defence of the realm. See, we have a pact we keep to ourselves, but in mutual defence, we would come to the aid of the humans, and the humans would come to our aid in times of greater peril, such as this dragon chaps. He was quite rude, unappreciative of my hospitality, so he's ended.
So what? What did you say? What was the last part?
Oh,
You did what?
I'm not the munt of a hunter. He goes in the pot.
He went in the pot?
Yes. The pot of rudeness. It's a great leveler. Anyway, so you're chasing this Helven character.
You could say that. More looking for some people who are chasing him.
Oh, the mudmen, as the pixies call them, because they're all you can tell a peasant because they've always got shit all over them. Very hungry. They turned up. Much more.
Wouldn't happen to.
Much more.
Oh, they turned up.
Oh, well, yes, very, very appreciative of my hospitality. But, of course, as you know, we do have a pact. They shouldn't have been here. So I sent one home as a warning.
How about the rest?
The rest? Oh, they're hereabouts. She sort of looks around.
I don't see anything.
Here, come, I'll show you. And she walks over. And says, oh, dearie. Oh, hello. And sees you guys all clustered with your ears at the door. And she spins around, and even her appearance seems to sort of melt away. And it, instead of looking like a very old human, she looks like she's got these huge sort of flaps of skin, green.
Well, that was a nice soup, for sure, Miss... didn't catch your name, but well...
Okay,
Yeah, you're a good cook.
So...
I'm afraid I'm quite full, so that would be good for me. I'm not a big eater.
Okay. What we need to do is have the 4 of you roll charisma checks.
Checks or saves?
Checks, persuasion.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Okay, so what do you got? 23, 7, 12, and 20. She says, well, so you're here for your, I don't know about your friends, they're all off elsewhere, but if this is all about this pact, I much prefer to finish off this pact or renew it if you can speak for the humans of the plains. And she's willing to refresh it.
Right, I am sure they will be willing as well to.
And be
keep
damned,
this pact.
be damned, these
dragon
swine.
Yeah.
I mean, the cult of the dragon is not like a good entity, you know.
Okay,
And
well,
even this forest would be destroyed if a dragon would to come.
okay. Let's see, 6. She says, okay, I take you on your word. And she goes back and picks a cloak up off the hook on the wall and says, here, this is my gift to you. You've been such lovely and courteous, far more so than any of my recent visitors. Oh, and here I found a wounded displacer beast, and I did end up getting its hide. I was going to make it into a cloak myself, but you can have this too. As an act of goodwill from the folk of the Fae who all answer to me, and she sounds a little bit sterner with that as she sort of glances around. And you may take your message back to your people.
Thanks.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
a lot, kind lady.
Okay.
As I grab
Yeah,
the cloak.
Okay. So with that, she looks as if she's expecting you to make your way out of the glade now.
I put this cloak on.
Let's yeah, don't downstairs. Welcome.
Yeah,
Okay.
just kind of turn to the others, like, what are we going to do about the missing villagers?
I think they're a lost cause.
Yeah. So,
You think we'll still get our money if we return without them?
Well, I think we saved the rest of the village by keeping the treaty.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, kind lady, could you possibly give us some sort of proof of the treaty? Would this cloak be proof?
The cloak is proof of my goodwill to you, fair Eswin. You haven't told her your name. And words are binding.
Okay.
And you think the villagers will recognize this as a sign of your goodwill?
I don't know what they would think, but they should. That's what it is.
Well, I sure hope
And
you're right.
As you put when you try the cloak on, it seems to sort of change colour to your surroundings.
Oh, nice.
So you make your way out of Jenny's glade, and as you do, you find the time of day changes, as if it's always twilight in the glade. It's actually about midday, so you sort of made it the changing of the light made it seem like it was marching on, even though it might not have felt like it. But yeah, it's back to sort of early afternoon by the time you leave the gate, and you can march for another half a day back the way you came.
I told you she wasn't a bad person.
Good cook, good person.
Yeah.
I mean, she did cook a guy.
Yep, didn't sound very nice.
I would say she is not a good person, but at least she's to be reasoned with.
Yeah.
That's something.
The elves also killed a guy, in a sense. Or didn't cook him, but killed him.
True.
So that night, you investigating your stuff. You find that you've got a cloak of elven kind, which is good for sneakiness. And although it's raw, the Displacer Beast hide has been made and enchanted into a cloak of displacement. And when you put it on, it makes your image shiver and shake and multiply, similar to what Displacer Beasts have, such that creatures would have disadvantage to hit you. If you get hit, it breaks that in the same way as it did for the Displacer Beast, and you're visible then. It's not just if you're hit, but if you take damage. So if you're caught in a fireball or something like that, it stops it as well. So you've actually got 2 enchanted cloaks. As well as, of course, when you do
For
this
the
back.
group or
Nice.
Yeah, for the group, yeah. And
okay.
And 2 days later, you make it outside and meet up with Sorellis, who is astounded that you've survived, saddened to hear that most likely all of the villagers have died. You've seen evidence of at least 2 of them, and then there's the one that was in the village as well. The one that got hit by the arrows, and the one that Jenny said that went in the pot.
Yes.
But you end up with, let's see. Okay, yeah. So you end up with a boon which can only come into effect, in other games or continuations or whatnot, and it is a Fey friend. So you can get this sometimes by negotiating with powerful or leader fairies, but you're in good grace with Jenny, Queen of the Forest. So you've not so much owed a favour or anything, but you're in the good grace of the Fae, so you're more likely to be treated well or positively from any Fae that you encounter going forward. And you've actually got something to report, not necessarily in Calvin's Cable Hill, but when you get back to the next town, that you've managed to restore or reset the treaty with the folk of the Fae, so that if the dragon cult end up threatening this region, you can expect the Fae to honour their agreement to come to the aid of the humans.
Okay.
That's a positive note.
With that, there's also a bit of treasure to divvy up. There's the ruby worth 40, the pin with the emerald worth 50, and of course the 50 that the villagers had collected for you to come back with information. If not, they did say, find the answers. They wanted not to know what happened rather than not know, but knowing that they're not at threat of being attacked by Fae is also good, although they clearly distraught and saddened by the loss of their hot-headed farmer friends. So this is one of those examples. I think it doesn't happen much in a way, but sometimes you don't actually have to fight the big bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess she was an ag, would be logical, but I don't know if we could have taken an ag at level 3.
Oh, it just depends on which one it was.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Some of them are like CR2,
I
some of them are CR2.
The only experience I had with an ag, it was a coven, but we were like level 6 or something, and we got stomped, so
Yeah.
got kind of trauma with these things.
So you've actually...
Yeah, I think I fought one at level 2, but we were a party of 10.
Oh, really?
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Right.
That sounds super chaotic.
You mean you fought one coven or a single hag?
Single one, and it was a sea hag, so not the strongest.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sea hags, they've got a bad, they can gaze, and then if you fail, you just drop to 0. So really bad if you've got a lot of hit points and you fail your check. In Rime of the Frost Maiden.
Yeah.
In our last one, we had.
She didn't.
One almost killed me.
Oh, really? Yeah.
That was me.
I think she got one turn in because we surprised her.
Ah, right.
Yeah. For the one in Curse of Strahd, it nearly was a TPK, so.
Oh, really? Yeah. We had a green hag, a sea hag that had partnered with a will-o-wisp. So if the sea hag looks at you and you lose all your hit points, will-o-wisp has a special ability. You roll a con check, and if you're on 0, that you have to be in that state. And if you fail that, they consume your soul. That's it. You're gone. No resurrection.
Yeah.
So nasty.
Was that in the Icewind Dale campaign?
Yeah, there's a hag in that.
I think, we fought the same encounter. Like there was also a will-o-wisp, but it wasn't a very long fight because there was so many of us.
Right.
Who just kind of piled on there.
Yeah.
And a lot of ranged fighters.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, with that, I think we can close out for tonight. I put into the...
Yeah.
If you're interested in any
Cool,
other
very
ones,
good.
we can still keep these characters in D&D Beyond. And what I do is I either archive them, so it means that they're not deleted. But if you need to export them and use them somewhere else, that's fine too. And while I've got, a folder called The Party, I also move them into a sort of a lounge area for if they end up needing to be reused. There's other one-shots coming up. I have free one-shots periodically, and I've got some higher level ones coming up, but although they're paid. It's a lot more work for the high level ones. One's in the Shadowfell and one's against Githyanki and Mind Flayers and all that palaver. But if you're interested in any of those, keep an eye out for Flurry of Foes. It's been great.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, thanks again.
It was
Okay.
fun.
Yeah.
All right. I'm looking for some out music here, which I don't actually have. So I'm just going to close straight out Boomski. Maybe next time we'll play again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thanks.
everyone.
Thanks for having us.
All right. I've got one, so I'm going to run it anyway.
Bye-bye.
I get my kids to do all the sound effects.
Oh.
Story time, coming to us from an ancient rhyme. Witches, dragons, saints and kings, weavers of spells and magic things, forest of grass and mountains of dark. Here comes the story, hark!
And you can hear our budgie in the background chiming in. All right, I'll sign out. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.